On this morning's meeting. So welcome everyone to the Policing Performance Committee meeting in March 2025. I would like to welcome committee members, authority staff, Police Scotland colleagues, COSLA and HMICS colleagues, and I've also been advised that Jerry McLean, the Regional Head of Investigations for Scotland and Northern Ireland, will join us later in the meeting to provide a verbal update on the work of the National Crime Agency. I only have one apology this morning, which is from committee member Tom Halpin. I don't think there's any other apologies.
No further apologies, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So that's 1.1 dealt with. We'll move on to 1.2, which is the declarations of interest and connections. Could I ask members to confirm if they have any declarations of interest or connection in relation to the agenda items today?
Chair, can I just declare an interest in relation to item 3.1 on public polling insights? I'm an occasional associate with the Dithley Partnership. I've not been involved in any of this work, but wanted to declare that interest nonetheless.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Chris. We'll duly note that. Okay, no others. We'll move on to 1.3, which is a public minute from the 10th of December 2024, and this is for approval. So firstly, can I invite members to approve the draft minute of the Policing Performance Committee? Okay, thank you for that. So that's approved. There was just one point I just wanted to quickly bring up and maybe seek comment from colleagues within Police Scotland. Both the live stream and the minute of the last meeting capture assurances given to members on the wide-ranging nature of the sex and gender review currently being undertaken by Police Scotland. There were also assurances given that should any policy improvements be determined during the early phases of the review, these would be implemented without delay. So I'm just asking if Police Scotland colleagues could update members on progress of the review and indicate if there have been any quick wins discovered in the policy review and if these will be tested through the proposed stakeholder engagement workshops.
If it's okay, I'll ask Katrina to pick that up, Chair. Thank you. She's put her hand up. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. It's just by way of update from the previous detail that we gave to this committee. The work of the Section Gender Review and Short Life Working Group continues to build at pace. We've had a number of meetings, a huge amount of membership across our own internal organisation, as well as liaising with a number of external partners at this stage. As the terms of reference which was circulated to members of the SPA lays out, our starting point is looking at obviously our understanding of definitions, our recording practices, and then how that then will inform and change, where relevant, any of our process and practice. As you know, Chair, we're operating within a landscape that is very complex. It continues to change, continues to be considered and challenged, as you know, the work that's ongoing in the Supreme Court and obviously the ongoing employment tribunal. So I suppose what assurance I would give to this group is that Police Scotland are very much proactive in this space through that work of our sex and gender review. And we are moving towards those external engagement sessions that you mentioned, Chair, with partners to start to look at, because our starting point has to be about our understanding of terminology, our legislative responsibilities across a range of legislation, and of course then what that means for a number of policies. There are key policies that we do need to consider. We've laid them out in the terms of reference and we continue to review them. So that's an ongoing piece that in light of anything that continues to appear, front and centre through other activity ongoing across the UK, we've got the structures in place to make quick checks around, is there anything that we need to do at this stage? And we will continue to come back to this group as we gave that assurance at the last meeting, once we've had those external engagement sessions. But I think that's probably about all I would want to say at the moment, Chair.
No, that's very helpful. Appreciate the update, and we look forward to, as you've just said, the progress and the updates coming to this committee in due course. Okay, so with that, we'll then move on to the next item on the agenda. And apologies if it feels a little bit clunky. I'm clicking between different screens and documents at the moment, and I'm hopefully get smoother and quicker as the meeting progresses. So moving on to 1.4, which is the rolling action log and matters arising. We have 9 actions on the action log, 7 of which are proposed to close, and 2 are due at the June PPC meeting. So first thing I'll do is ask members if they're content to close the 7 actions that are in the log. Okay, thank you. And just point out as well that there is a briefing note appended to the rolling action log in relation to action PPC 2024 1210-003, which is in relation to the Police Scotland 2030 vision. So we appreciate that being provided. Okay, so what we'll do now is we'll move on to the first papers. And as always, we have a full and busy agenda here today. So I would ask presenters to take the reports as read and use the brief introductory remarks to highlight anything that they feel appropriate from the report or is not included in the report that will give some context so that we can use the time for members' questions. So with that, we'll move on to section 2, which is policing performance reporting and operational matters. 2.1 is the quarterly policing performance report for quarter 3, 24-25. And Patrick Brown, who's the Interim Director of Strategy and Analysis, who I think is going to speak to this paper. So I'd welcome Patrick and any Police Scotland colleagues that want to come in and support. So over to yourself, Patrick.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, the Deb's just going to kind of say a few introductory remarks first, and then I can come in with any more detail to focus on the questions, if that's okay, Chair. Thank you.
That's fine.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I won't say very much. Just as I say, it's the 3rd quarterly report of the 24-25 performance cycle. I just wanted to highlight that it's structured under less crime, safer communities, supported victims and a thriving workforce, as per the Chief Constable's Vision 2030. And it is also, though, still aligned to the 5 strategic outcomes. That was all I wanted to provide in terms of context so people can understand some of the structure of the report. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, DCC Connors. Appreciate that. So, Patrick, over to yourself.
Yeah, just some kind of very high level kind of comments as well. So just to say, we've highlighted a number of areas of kind of good practice within the report in terms of our development of the violence control strategy with a case study in C Division, some further information on our 4P approach on retail crime, given the kind of increases that we are seeing in retail crime at present, cyber crime prevention work through the cyber choices, which will also link to our policing in a digital world paper later on. Some really good work around the proactive action and results from recent county lines work, particularly around the intensification week. And obviously we do need to kind of highlight the continued upward trend that we do have in terms of road safety and road fatalities. But we also have highlighted the results from 3 road policing campaigns which we ran during this quarter, which is really important prevention activity when we are seeing these rises. But beyond that, Chair, that's all I would pull out. The report, as ever, is quite heavy with detail, so we'd like to leave as much time as possible, as you say, Chair, for members to raise points and questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that brief introduction, Patrick. So with that, can I open it up to members for questions? So the first person I have is Mary Pitt-Caithley. Mary.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Before we get into the body of the report itself with all the detail that contains, I noted in the foreword that was in the name of DCC Spears that there has been a decrease in the number of children kept in custody. And I think we would want to very much welcome that. It is a very positive sign of progress. We also, though, have a recent report from HMICS which said that children are sometimes being kept in custody for longer than necessary. So it's still obviously an ongoing issue for all of us. And I simply wanted to highlight that the authorities' position is that there should be alternatives to custody for children in all but the most serious of crimes. And I'm sure that's also an aim that Police Scotland would share. So that was simply to make reference to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mary. I don't know, Patrick or DCC, if you wanted to make a response to the comments from Mary. DCC Connors.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the statement. Absolutely, keeping children in custody is not something that we would ever want to do, and we work really hard to try and prevent that happening. I think the HMICS reports highlighted a couple of specific areas within that particular custody, and there were a number of factors that meant that detention went on longer. There's always outside factors that play into that, but overall the trend is down, and that's because of the work that we're doing to try and prevent that through different diversion, but also some of the other direct measures and things that are in play overall in the estate. But thank you very much for recognising our hard work that we're trying to do to make sure that we don't bring children into custody in the first place if we can avoid it at all through other measures, but also keep them in custody for the shortest possible time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do other members have questions? Katerina.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Police Scotland colleagues for the report. I do have a couple of questions, a number of questions in relation to the section on rape, so again, obviously, I appreciate that there is a focus on it in the report. And I suppose one of the things that does stand out to me is the fact that there has been an increase. And again, sort of looking at the numbers roughly, it's quite a marked increase in terms of reported rapes. So and also again, we do have disaggregated data. So I would quite like to understand if you have any view as to why there might have been sort of such sharp increases in the J division, as well as the sustained increase across in the G division. So that's my first question. As I say, I have a few more, and maybe I'll just take them in turn.
Okay, thanks, Katerina. ACC Steve Johnson. Steve, you want to come in on this?
Yeah, I can come in now, or I can cover it off as part of the paper in relation to the sexual crime, but I'm quite happy to cover it now, Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah, without preempting what you're going to say earlier, because we appreciate there's an overlap there, Steve, but I think it would be good, at least as an introduction to begin to respond to the questions around this really significant area for us.
No, and it is a significant area for us as well. And I think, Trina, there's an awful lot of work that goes into. We know previous reports we've talked about increasing confidence in the police's approach to this, the multi-agency nature of the approach to rape and all sexual crime, and in particular, I think you'll notice in the report and in the performance document the connection between rape offences and domestic offences. The force has been working really, really hard on that for a number of years now, through the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, through partners engagement, through the VORG SEF, the Stakeholder Engagement Forum, where we particularly take the views of the survivors and the victims and those that support survivors and victims. And we are tailoring our approach. So I can't categorically tell you that there is a significant increase in the confidence in police and therefore more victims are coming forward as an absolute, but I genuinely believe that is a part of the equation. There is definitely more confidence in coming forward. And my reason for saying that is we're seeing the number of DASA offences, so those precursor offences to the more violent, more harmful, higher tariff sexual offences are significantly on the increase too, Katharina. You've seen that in the performance report. So DASA, in the quarter that you're talking about, is an additional 580 crimes in total within the group 2. So I genuinely believe the approach that we've taken around the Domestic Abuse Scotland Act training and early criticisms that we weren't using those powers nearly enough. You go back a couple of years, very low numbers of offences. We're seeing those steadily and continuously increase, which it's a negative, obviously, isn't it? Because there are those victims of crime. But in terms of the confidence in reporting, we're reaching and targeting victims sooner in their journey. Within that, when people come forward, we have dedicated senior investigating officers that deal with all rapes. So the feedback from survivors was that the transition from the first attending officers to specialists was a positive thing, that they felt that they were having a strong investigation. So that's what we've done right across Scotland. So there are senior investigating officers that lead on rape cases. And I think all of that is virtuous and adds to confidence in people coming forward. My heavy caveat with this, though, Katharina, is we know from the survivor data that roughly our figures equate to around about a third of actual crime that's taking place within our communities. So there is a long journey to go. If the total figures that I have in front of me only add up to around a third of the lived experience of the communities in Scotland, there's a hell of a long way to go, and we will continue to push into that space. So I would love to tell you that the rape figures will start to decline. They won't. If anything, we need them to go up because that's reflective of the actuality. What I can tell you is we put our best officers forward in dealing with rape. It's senior investigating officers. We submit the best files and reports to the Crown that we possibly can to try and seek justice for them. But we do know from the survivor journey, very often we can be seeking a criminal justice outcome, and actually what they want is a safeguarding outcome. They want themselves and their families to be safe, and we have to be cognizant of that in terms of a victim-centred approach. So hopefully that explains it. As for J and G, you would expect from what I've just said, and if I take a pessimistic view, we're looking at those divisions that haven't seen the increases and saying, do we need to be doing more there? And I know that's going to sound odd, but that's the actuality. We want to try and understand where, if we believe it's an improved confidence that brings people forward, why aren't we seeing that across the board? So I would want to see the increases across the board, because I think that would reflect what's actually going on. Is that okay, Chair?
Yeah, thank you. And Katharina, I know you'll have further questions on this when we get to the more substantive paper that specifically focuses on sexual crime and rape. But I don't know if there's any quick follow-ups you want at this point.
Yeah, no, just thank you, Chair. Thank you, Steve. Really helpful as an introduction. And, you're absolutely right. There is obviously a bigger spotlight on this further down in the agenda. So, absolutely don't want to kind of duplicate the discussion there. Yeah. But I think, what you just said there is really important. Absolutely. It is important to, so to say, make the total extent of crimes more visible. So I absolutely appreciate that. I appreciate the, kind of your candidness around this and the commitment to that. And I would like to commend the fact that, it definitely does seem that, there is an increase in the rape detection rates as well. So, so I think that's good. Again, really looking forward to discussing the subject later on the agenda. You mentioned something there just now, though, around victim-centred approach. And I would just like to seek an assurance that as part of you responding in these cases that you are, obviously the victim's well-being is a priority for Police Scotland, and that you're signposting them to any services of any third sector agencies across the country as appropriate.
Chair, if I can come back on that.
Yep.
Absolutely, yes. And Katharina, we've been listening to survivor groups, charities, telling us that it's not just about the direct victim in relation to rape, sexual crime, domestic abuse. It's making sure that we're mindful of the impact on the wider family and children. And as I say, I've mentioned the DASA and the aggravator around children being present. We're cognizant of the long-term harm that these incidents cause. It's not just one incident, is it? It's taken many incidents in the private space to have brought confidence to come forward. So we are going to be doing some work with victim support around how we might ensure that we're referring more people for support. And I think you'll have seen from the Victim Task Force, which is a group chaired by the Lord Advocate and the CABSEC for Justice as co-chairs, there's a distinct group and a specific action looking at whether the organisation can consider all victims of crime being referred automatically for victim support. And that is a piece of work that's sitting in the background. But from a qualitative perspective, I'm confident our officers and staff, right from call handling through to those that are investigating the crimes, are cognizant of their duties and responsibilities and taking a victim-centred approach.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Stephen. And again, I appreciate that you're going to speak in more depth to all of this as we go forward. So I don't want an answer to this now, but when you go into the further paper, you know, this getting confidence that it is the greater confidence in Police Scotland that is helping people to come forward. I mean, that's a real challenge, and maybe there's academic work out there, you know, there's third sector work and all those things. So maybe if you could highlight later on how you're linking into that type of activity, I would appreciate that. Okay, so excuse me. So Chris Keegan, I see that you've raised your hand. You have some questions on the report.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I've had a cough, as you know, so if that interrupts, I apologise. Yeah, Chair, I've got a number of questions on various aspects. I think they all relate to the section on safer communities. So perhaps I can ask them in turn because they're on quite distinct areas. The first question I had was around child sexual abuse online. And obviously what's really welcome there is the increase in detection rates. But I wondered if we could hear something from colleagues at Police Scotland about the impact of the image database facial matching on officer welfare as this work's being conducted.
ACC Johnson.
Christopher, thank you very much for the question, and I really appreciate the recognition of the fact that this work does have an impact on our officers and staff that are working in this space. We do regular checks and regular referrals through the occupational health system for colleagues to get psychological support and debrief. If we have specific jobs that are protracted and people's exposure to the sorts of material that we know they are exposed to, again, they get the individual and team support. And when we've dealt with any long or protracted investigations that have involved work on specific cases, the teams are supported at the end of that process to help them deal with what they've got to deal with. It is something that we're cognizant of in our wellbeing strategies around. A piece of work that we need to do is to look at what's the long-term and the repetitive exposure and how we might minimise the impact on what is currently quite a small number of officers. How might we ensure that we're taking that longer-term view around their psychological health and well-being? The work is particularly challenging, but is particularly niche as well. So we need the specialists that are involved in that area. And again, technology can help in some regards, but it's always going to need a person sat at the end of the screen. And I'll probably take the opportunity, Christopher to highlight as well, the report, I think, shows some positive steps. I know we've got a colleague on from the National Crime Agency later on in the agenda. Early indications are that in terms of the referrals that start the lines of inquiry around online child sexual abuse, we're anticipating the referrals from the National Crime Agency and international agencies during the course of this year to double. Such is the nature of the prevalence of that crime. So making sure that our resources are protected against not only the scale of demand, but the type of demand is really important to us. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely, it does. Thank you. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, you'll understand, of course, that officer welfare and well-being is absolutely a key issue and in our line of sight for the Scottish Police Authority. And as you say, this is a particularly sensitive. It's particularly niche, and I think it's something that we'll want to take a continued interest in over time. But I really appreciate the answer to the question today. Can I move on to a couple of other questions? So I'm moving to actually the next part of the report, which is the domestic abuse strategic outcome 1. I guess a couple of questions here. One is whether or not colleagues at Police Scotland could say something about the impacts of the shift towards the new National Unified Recording System for domestic related crimes, the impact of that on performance. And secondly, if I can ask a couple of questions at once, I mean, obviously the increase in DSDS applications is really welcome in terms of what that says in terms of trust and confidence. I guess it raises the issue about what more can be done to communicate those schemes to the public and how we can ensure that they reach the most vulnerable. I know this picks up on some of the earlier commentary. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for those questions, Chris, and DCC Jane Connors. Jane, would you like to come in response?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll ask Tina to cover, if I can, the kind of technicalities with the Unify, and then ask Steve to cover the detail of the more operational question, if that's okay, and split it into 2 parts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tina, would you like to come in first, and then Steve can come in after that?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of how we record domestic abuse, now that we have Unify in place for the first time across Scotland and nationally, it's coming through our crime system. Our crime system as well is subject to the Scottish Crime Recording Standards, and it's a really good system with a good rigour in terms of how crimes are recorded through that space. Prior to that, we took domestic abuse purely from our vulnerable persons database, which is a fantastic national system which captures vulnerability across Scotland. Both of these systems are relying on markers being added to the system. However, with the crime recording system, because you're recording every single crime with that marker, we're going to get a far more accurate representation of criminality involving domestic crime. On VPD, you would have a domestic marker added to specific incidents, so it's a slightly different counting mechanism, but we do feel we'll get a more accurate representation, so we should see a little bit of an uplift purely related to that accurate capture with Unify. We can also deep dive more into the context as well, because we captured broader information. So all in all, it's a real positive. It gives us more scope for analysis as well and deep dive into domestic incidents, domestic crimes, and actually bringing all that together. So the analysts are tracking that. We've brought some of that through our strategic assessment and our national control strategy review as well. So it really is a positive, but it really is change the system and a more positive counting mechanism that we've got in place.
Okay, but before I bring Steve in, Chris, are you comfortable with that response?
Absolutely, really welcome, and really welcome the fact that it's not just about the performance, but the knock-on effect in terms of analytical capability. So that's great. Thank you. Thanks for the answer.
Okay, Steve.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Christopher. I think highlight from the report, clearly our power to tell in relation to DSDAS is a positive, because we are using our powers to tell people. And again, probably goes back to your final point there of the analytics and making sure that we're picking up the trends, and particularly around perpetrators, where the power to tell of potential victims or potential future victims is really, really powerful for us. We have seen a number of increases in the right to ask, but you're right, there's a lot more that we can do in that space to be able to try and inform people about the right to ask. Predominantly, we do that through survivor groups, we do that through victim support groups, and the number of people that are referred. The challenge with that is that they've had to become a victim of a crime in order to be referred into those mechanisms. It is a piece of work that we can look at of the VORG strategy. Increased knowledge and awareness of our powers is a part of the Violence Against Women and Girls delivery plan. And again, I'll say this later on, but that currently has 89 objectives and actions that we're taking forward. We're currently reviewing that to prioritise them into a 4Ps approach. So whilst we'll still deliver in nature the totality of the 89 outcomes, we need to provide a focus. And one of those in the prevention space is about DSDAS and wider public awareness of the powers that the police have and that they have to ask. So we're hoping it will get picked up in the wider 4Ps approach to violence against women and girls once we've completed our review.
Yeah, thanks for that, Steve. Chris?
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, my screen went completely blank there for a moment. I thought you were going to lose me altogether, but you're all back, which is great. Yeah, that's really helpful, and I guess that sort of distinction about the responsive and the preventative is really important there. So thank you. Can I move on to my next question, Chair?
Yeah. On you go, Chris. Yeah.
So I'm now looking at Stop and Search, which is on page 33. And I guess what we're noticing there is a rise in the use of the tactic. So it's up 20% over the last year, but a fall in the positivity rate from, I think, around a third to around a quarter. And I guess we would be looking for some assurance there that Stop and Search continues to be intelligence-based.
Thanks, Chris. DCC Connors?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. It's always important that we have scrutiny and questions around Stop and Search. We accept, it is an intrusive tactic, and it's something that we're always very mindful to. We have seen an increase, and it is intelligence-led. We are trying to make sure that we don't use a broad brush in relation to Stop and Search. And while serious violence has come down, we know that we've seen shoplifting increase. Youth violence is starting to increase, and the age is getting younger. So we're seeing some of the profiles of some of our crimes starting to change. But we do use the tactic as carefully as possible. In terms of the outcome rate, again, you're right, we will continue to work on the intelligence aspects of it to make sure that our outcome rate should be where it sits and actually increases. Otherwise, the impression that's given is, again, it's a broad brush and we're using it too much because the outcome rates are coming down. I can reassure you that that's not the case, but we are very kind of conscious of it. I think I'd also kind of draw attention to the compliance and the QA processes that sit around our Stop and Search to ensure that we are seeing what has happened, what are the grounds, are we compliant with the different aspects to it, and we do have good compliance rates, but there's always more work that we can do. So it's just to highlight also the scrutiny that sits behind Stop and Search as opposed to just the front end use of the tactic. But thank you very much for the question. I hope that gives some reassurance that we continue with a focus on Stop and Search.
Yeah, thanks for that, DCC. Chris, do you want to come back?
Yes, thanks very much, DCC Connors. That is really helpful, and obviously you appreciate that it's really important that we seek that assurance, given the sensitivities involved and the wider implications in terms of trust and confidence in particular communities and so on. So it's really important to surface that, I think. I've got one more question, Chair, on this section, if that's okay.
Yes, there you go.
So I'm moving to page 36 on the section on police direct measures, and the swing there from fixed penalty notices to recorded police warnings. And I guess some clarity around the extent to which that change is related to the recent Lord Advocate guidance and Police Scotland's response to it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for the question. Who wants to come in? DCC Connors, over to yourself.
Thank you very much. I will have to probably come back to the committee with more detail around the actual specifics on that. But in terms of us being able to try and use the appropriate action for the circumstances that we have in front of us and our ability to do that, direct measures, as we know, was brought in relatively recently. It is something we're trying to push forward as well as the other aspects. So I can come back with further detail on why we're seeing that shift in the future. But I think the overarching message from us is we're trying to make sure that we use the appropriate response to the crime that we're dealing with and the individual that we're dealing with, and then making sure that that process works through, particularly in terms of the rates of people coming through custody and then remands, etc., etc. So how do we balance that? But I'm more than happy to bring some further detail, but hopefully that gives a little bit of measures around what we're actually trying to do in terms of our wider strategy.
Yeah. Chris?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it absolutely does. And I think we look forward to hearing more. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks.
Okay. I'm sure there's some. Oh, Mary, and you come.
No, sorry, Chair, it's not on this particular issue. I had other questions on another section of the report. Sorry.
No, well, that's fine. I was going to come in with a couple of questions that I had, not related to this, just to allow people to continue to reflect. But if you're ready to ask your questions, please, on you go. If
that's okay, Chair. Yes, thank you. So I'm looking at the reference in the report, I think it's page 19, to the decrease in antisocial behaviour that is having to be investigated. And that's very, very positive, obviously, but I wanted to simply seek an assurance that Police Scotland is still encouraging the reporting of antisocial behaviour incidents, which we all know can have a significant impact on local communities, and also whether there is still a lot of ongoing work with local councils and local communities themselves to find solutions to these problems.
Thanks, Mary. DCC Connors, Jane? Yeah,
thanks very much, Sharon. Thanks, Mary, for the question. It is a really important area, and I do have other colleagues on the call who, if they wish to come in and add some detail, feel free. But it is a really important area, and I think it's the key reason for why we've actually been pushing to make sure that we have a community policing model and enhance that model as we go through. We know that antisocial behaviour absolutely blights communities, individuals as well. It is a very complex issue. We know that with youth elements and diversion and things for people to do, as well as mental health, drug dependency. So it is a very broad ranging issue. We do have a particular focus on it, and we have a lead within the exec, as you know, Mark Sutherland, who is focusing on antisocial behaviour. But we also work at a very local level on divisions with our local partners to make sure that we are getting to the root causes of the antisocial behaviour. And then a kind of strategic higher up level with the community planning partnerships and the implementation groups. That's absolutely essential to us as well around that. So for us, it's the anecdotal stories that we hear about antisocial behaviour, which is a bit of a counter to the actual figures that we get. So what's that sentiment telling us, and how do we need to make sure we link with our communities better so that we understand what's going on better? So there's something about the data versus the anecdote, but it is an absolute focus for us and a real plank of our community policing problem solving agenda that we've got.
Thanks for that, Jane. And I see that ACC Cat Payton has raised her hand, so I think she wants to come and build on your response. Cat?
Thanks, Jane. It was just to add to what the DCC has said there. I suppose from my own experience of not that long ago being a divisional commander in J Division, it's just really bringing to life what the DCC has said, that, you know, in all of our local police plans, antisocial behaviour is you know, front and centre, because it is so important to our communities. And as the DCC says, you know, nationally, Mark Sutherland's leading the work around antisocial behaviour and violence. We've had the findings recently around how we collectively, nationally, are approaching antisocial behaviour. But what I would say, yes, at a local level, we're working with partners through the community planning structures, but also as well as the work that we do internally through our preventions hub out in Edinburgh Futures Institute, again looking at place-based approaches to reducing antisocial behaviour, looking at how we're working with education to go into areas where we recognise that antisocial behaviour and violence is a real challenge, and working with our teams, for example, like the violence reduction unit, because antisocial behaviour often is, you know, wrapped up within, you know, challenges around violence and or can be a precursor. So it's really given, I suppose, a bit of assurance that even though in areas where you're seeing some elements of reductions, we don't underestimate the impact, and it's still very much front and centre, not just around responding to it, but actually what we do to prevent it. So how are we working with our children and young people? What are the alternatives? And how are we bringing that together with our partners, both nationally and locally?
Thank you very much. Those were exactly the reassurances I was looking for, because clearly these are still major issues in local communities, and with the approach of summer, we can expect perhaps to see more complaints. So thank you very much for confirming still such a priority for the force. Could I also ask then about another issue where we're not seeing a decrease in the number of incidents, and that's in relation to shoplifting, which is on the following page. And I think we're seeing all regions of Scotland seeing an increase in shoplifting. And that's despite all the work that's going on between Police Scotland and Retailers Against Crime and other organisations, and including trying to focus on ensuring reduced offending by young people as well, by improving education. We did have a report, I think, at the previous meeting from ACC mayors about a programme of work that will address retail crime generally. And I think I wanted to simply seek an assurance that this work is having the required impact, you know, and if we think there's more to be done, perhaps.
Thanks for that question, Mary. And DCC Connors wish to come in and respond.
Yeah, thank you. And again, grateful for the question. And I know that it was covered by ACC mayors. So actually, one of the first partnership meetings was had around specifically retail crime about a month ago. Really good session with a lot of different partners from both businesses, government and different agencies sitting in there, and a real collective understanding of the different layers that this requires to actually start to have an impact. Some interesting case studies that were brought to that as well around individuals who are, you know, responsible for large volumes of the theft and the shoplifting. So that kind of perpetrator, children in conflict with the law, how do we actually get into some of that and deal with some of the volume perpetrators? But coming back to your question, so yes, the first partnership meeting was held not long ago. Some really good actions came out of that. We're also setting up the Retail Crime Task Force. Those posts will be advertised and we'll be recruiting into that. And we're grateful for the collective funding that's enabled us to be able to build that. That also allocates actual operational money out to the front line so they can run operations as well as the partnership approach, and collecting the intelligence and the data that tell us where are the items going. So that whole end-to-end process, but it's absolutely started and we're totally committed to it, and we should hopefully start to see the results of that as we go forwards.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. My final question relates to the issue of missing persons. and clearly we're seeing a reduction in that as well at the moment, which is also very welcome. But I think there are still some areas of the country, Dumfries and Galloway, Argyll, Western Bartonshire, Lanarkshire, where we have an increase in the number of children and particularly care experienced young people who are being reported as missing. So I wondered if we could have an update on the work in relation to that. Thank you.
ACC Peyton, Kat, if you'd like to come and respond to Mary's question, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, no, I absolutely have to do that. Missing persons sits within the Policing Together portfolio around the kind of national coordination, but very much is a relevant and live issue across the whole of Scotland as the report draws out. You'll know, Mary, we obviously had the inspection in relation to HYCS inspection in relation to missing persons, and following on from that inspection, of course, there was a number of good areas of practice that were drawn out around our approach to missing people, but one of the areas that we certainly continue to be sensitive and attentive to is the number of children, and particularly, as you've rightly mentioned, the number of children from care establishments. So we have established a strategic oversight board and are resourcing and working our way through a number of recommendations. What we have, because of our own structures, is that connectivity through our missing persons team and also our children and young people's team, and then how that obviously links to the wider work that we're doing. We've recently taken into youth engagement staff within the organisation, and again we're going to be using them to continue to build relationships and also to review how we approach our engagement with children and people, so that we understand what more can we do and what opportunity do we have when we are engaging to prevent those children from becoming repeat missing people. So there's a whole programme of work that's ongoing, and again we'd be happy to bring back specific updates. We will anyway in relation to our fulfilment of the recommendations from HMICS, but very much a focus for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for the questions, Mary, and appreciate the responses from colleagues within East Scotland. If colleagues don't mind, I'll come in with a couple of questions myself. Right at the outset, Patrick highlighted about the upturn and the number of fatalities on the roads across Scotland, and I know that it's something that people are hugely concerned about. But you mentioned there that there'd been a number of campaigns in the autumn of last year, and one of these ones was around the Fatal Five, which I think is a UK-wide campaign. So my first question really is around how are you evaluating these various campaigns, and how would you then move them from the areas that they were operating in across the rest of Scotland? Because we would really like to see a downturn. We'd like to see our roads as safe as possible. DCC Connors.
Thank you. Yes, and you do highlight an area where we're particularly focused. It is a horrendous impact for families and relatives and the individuals, and we know that there's a continued focus on it. We know also that there are various different causes, and we work really hard. We have an analyst within the roads policing area, and what that does is it helps us understand where we either have hotspots, for want of an expression, or where trends are coming in. We do see speed coming in as a trend, and we see other different areas as well. So in terms of our ability to respond and be able to move enforcement in particular to where it needs to be, we use the analysts within roads policing, and that tells us where our speed cameras need to go, where our enforcement activity needs to go, and that's how we respond to try and make sure that we keep the areas down and try and get the fatalities down. That obviously links in with the campaigns that we run. The motorcycle campaign will start in the summer. So throughout the year, we have a calendar of the different campaigns and the messaging. We're seeing children fatalities and serious injuries coming down, which is a real positive. But again, pedestrians, people with headphones, there's a number of different things that we then start to see, and then we have to shift our focus. But coming back to kind of the original question, it's very much about the analysis, where the areas are where we're seeing the trends, and how do we make sure that our enforcement activity is able to respond around the country. And it's not just roads policing. Every single officer who is out and doing patrol will be aware of those areas are, from our ARVs to our local policing officers to our community officers, so we get the broadest coverage that we possibly can.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jane. That's very helpful. One of the pilots was around the use of wipes to detect drug driving up in Shetland. So I wonder if you could give us any insights into that, and whether there's any thoughts to extend this throughout Scotland, you know, given that drug driving is one of the fatal 5.
Yeah, absolutely. So we obviously run evaluation on all of our campaigns, and you asked about that. So we work with our central analysis teams as well as within roads policing, so we get good evaluation of the different campaigns. How do we need to tweak them? I mean, the drug wipe, we've said it, and I think we said it at the last board, drug driving is a huge concern. You know, for the number of drug wipes that we actually do, we see about a 50% return that then go towards the criminal justice, arena. So we do know that area. The reason for Shetland in particular is because it's an island, because it has a very kind of limited police presence. We wanted to make sure that we were serving that community, and that pilot is ongoing at the moment. From what I can understand, it's having 2 parts. One is catching those people who are drug driving, who would not have been caught otherwise, because they're in an environment where they feel free to be able to do it without enforcement. And the other aspect is the deterrent. When you know that police officers have that capability and they're out on the roads, you get a deterrent element as well. So I'm more than happy to bring back the evaluation of that pilot. I think it's due in June, but I'm happy to bring that back here. But we are seeing the same results that we're seeing nationally. That also leads on to our capability and capacity to process drug wipes, which I know has been at the SPA board with our forensics colleagues a number of times, and that is always going to be a factor within this environment.
Yeah, no, again, I appreciate the responses on that. It's one of these areas that a few years ago people didn't think was a problem, but it's clear that Police Scotland have picked up that it absolutely is a problem, that it's prevalent, and it's a major contributor towards seeing an increase in road casualties and road fatalities. So appreciate the work that's been done. I get the point on capacity to deal with these things, and evaluation would be very helpful, I think, going forward. Could if colleagues would indulge me, I've got another area which relates to this, which is around drugs in Scotland, and obviously Police Scotland, it's very welcome that they have embraced the use of naloxone. So I wonder if you'd like to comment on the progress that's being made here, and the positive impact that I'm interpreting the use of naloxone by police officers across the country is having on drug deaths within Scotland. DCC Connors.
Thank you. I'll start off if that's okay. And again, I've got other colleagues on the call who have been in Police Scotland a lot longer than me and may wish to kind of comment on around the drugs arena. I think, so we've had 630 naloxone administrations, and the reason for that is because we know that fundamentally saved lives. And I understand the really hard-fought battle that Police Scotland had to be able to bring in naloxone, and it was very, very difficult. But I think what we're seeing now with that 630 administrations is that is 630 lives predominantly that would not have been saved had we not had that. It does feature into the wider issue though around drugs and drug taking within Scotland, and the fact that officers are put in that position to have to save lives in the first place. And that's why we're doing a lot of work with partners around the supply of drugs, the selling of drugs, and actually getting top of the wider drug problem that exists. But I know that drug death has been a particular focus for Scotland for a number of years, and the fact that we can contribute towards that issue is really important. But I would like to highlight again the thanks to the officers who were willing to use naloxone and actually do that to save lives. It's almost become commonplace now amongst officers, but I know it is still something that is very thoughtful and needs to be administered carefully. I don't know whether Katrina would like to come in and add to that from her world.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Jane. I'll just very quickly echo the thanks to the officers that are using naloxone. I think it's appreciated by everyone, but especially it is appreciated by authority members. Kat, over to yourself.
Yeah, it was just to build on that. You'll know as well that the intention of HMICS is to also now move into doing an inspection around drug harm reduction. So that'll give us another opportunity to have further assurance and reassurance and of course challenge in this really critical area. As the DCC has mentioned, you know, the ability to be able to administer, you know, care at that critical point. You can see the figures and the lives saved for yourself in that report. But I guess we are, our team in Placing Together come and have a focus is actually even earlier than that, and what else are we doing along with partners around identifying key trends, identifying opportunities to refer people to the right support at an earlier opportunity. Yeah. So we're making further advancements around, for example, a technological solution to providing information that enables very quick analysis as to whether there is a, you know, an emerging trend around particular areas or particular drugs, and officers now have access to that on their day-to-day activities. So that in and of itself is another way in which, you know, even further upstream here, we're able to identify what more we can be doing in that space. But there's a whole programme of activity that sits under our drug harm reduction, and the team that includes, you know, information and advice that we give to, you know, community officers, our skills-based officers, and the work that we do with partners through the National Mission Oversight. You may have seen, you know, recent reporting that this year we have seen a slight reduction in drugs death, and that's obviously, you know, really, really good news. But of course, there's still a huge more that we need to do, and particularly as well as it relates to alcohol and other elements of harm. So the team are working across a full spectrum, but we're hopeful as well, as I say, that the HMICS inspection, which is imminent, will allow us to really understand if we're making the inroads in the places that we really need to.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think for me, what that highlights is the whole system approach that's absolutely necessary here if we are to make, you know, significant inroads into Scotland's unenviable record in terms of drug deaths, and absolutely to offer the right support to the people whose lives are blighted by drug abuse. So appreciate the responses on that. And just a final question from me in relation to drugs. We received a report recently from the Director of Forensic Services in relation to the increased threat from netizens and the involvement there of serious organised crime groups and the work that's going on to mitigate this threat. You know, how impactful is that being, and how high a priority is this for the high harm drugs intelligence team within Police Scotland? I think it's picked up on page 25 of the report.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll come in if that's okay. It is very high on the priority. We've seen netizens take hold in other areas of the UK and abroad, and it's something that we haven't seen the huge rises in Scotland that we've seen elsewhere. And one of the reasons for that is because of the collective partner approaches, and Katrina has outlined some of our prevention and getting ahead to try and make sure that we're seeing that work ongoing. In terms of the serious and organised crime, it absolutely is a focus. We have analysts that work continuously within our campus at Gartcosh to make sure that we are looking at the trends where nitazines are being produced, how they're being produced, where they're feeding into the supply chain, and making sure that we've absolutely got a focus on it. So to reassure you, it is a priority. It also features on the Serious and Organised Crime Task Force, which is the multi-agency group, and it always has a focus on there, because one of the things we're really keen to make sure is that it's not allowed to take the foothold that we've seen in other areas, but it is an absolute focus of serious and organised crime broadly through partners, but Police Scotland as well. And we do have analysts that work very closely on that, so we can see the trends and be able to get ahead of where it might be surfacing within Scotland. Okay, thank you for that. Sorry if I've hogged it slightly for the last few questions. Can I open it out again? Are there any further questions from members? No. Okay. Just a final. Oh, sorry. Apologies. I was too quick. Katerina.
Sorry, apologies, Chair. I was a bit too slow. There were actually two areas where I wanted to ask questions about. I suppose they're possibly to a degree related. One was in relation to public confidence and experience of policing. I note that in the report, you talk about a number of decreases across a number of different metrics from the previous quarter, and I appreciate, again, they're not really massive decreases. There's around 4 percentage points, 5 percentage points, but because they're kind of consistent across, as I say, a number of metrics, particularly around local policing. I was wondering if you have any sort of insight into what the contributing factors might be to that decrease in public confidence, and if there's any insights that you might have gained through the Your Police survey. That's the first question.
Thanks for that, Katerina. DCC Connors.
Thank you. And again, I'll invite other colleagues if they wish to comment on it in particular. I think, policing is always going to be subject to what happens in the wider policing arena. Sometimes, as we know, if things are happening in broader policing, we don't get discriminated against because we're Police Scotland. If something's happening in the UK, it washes over policing. So there's always an element of that. I think also for us, if you look at our kind of focus of where we want to go in terms of visibility and actually being out in our communities, we know that public confidence, trust and confidence and satisfaction are always measured also around our visibility. So I think with some of the pressures that we've had in our police workforce levels, that we got up to 16,600, as you know, in the last few months, that's really starting to pay dividends because we've now got numbers that we can put out into the communities. So some of the visibility aspects, and we know from the surveys that has a huge impact, and that is one of the key areas. I think also we know from the pressure on our police officer colleagues and our internal survey that we had, the pressure that they're feeling, how they interact then with the public because they're tired, there's a lot of demands on them, that also will impact on some of the satisfaction areas as well. So I think that's a factor as well. We know the pressures that colleagues are under, and our internal staff surveys will tell us that. So I think, as always with anything, it's multifaceted. I think some of the positives in terms of the satisfaction when they speak to some of our call handlers, and actually when they get to meet officers and they deliver around it. So there's some real positives in it as well. But for me, it's a real focus on being visible and meeting the community needs. So our communities need to be listened to, and then we need to deliver what it is that they're asking. And that's why the focus on the community policing model is so important, because that will start to build in that. But undoubtedly, the pressures that our officers are feeling around the workloads that they've got and the calls that they have to keep going to, and our investigators across the board, that will be impacting how they interact with the public. And I have to acknowledge that as well, absolutely.
Thank you for that, DCC Connors. And before I invite Katrina back in, Kat Payton, ACC, you'd like to come in as well?
Yes, actually, I was just to build a bit further on what the DCC mentioned, and I suppose particularly because, you know, from the kind of portfolio and piecing together, it's about, you know, looking at trust and confidence as it relates also to particular demographics within, you know, communities. And so through Patrick's insight and engagement team, we continue to do particular deep dives as well to understand the levels of trust, you know, within our Black communities, for example, within our children and young people, so that we're continuing to understand, you know, some of the detail and therefore how we can do a good bit more focused intervention working through our community advisors, which is, you know, we've mobilised that cadre of people who can be that bridge for us as well, and make sure that we are connected and that we are that confidence isn't as a result of, you know, a lack of information or disinformation, that they actually understand how policing is working for them and how that starts to build in to their feelings of not just confidence but trust in what policing is, and even when policing is not perhaps seen for them day in and day out. So it's just to give that assurance that we continue to look at that, so that we are able to understand it into the detail, not just as that kind of collective.
Okay, thanks for that. And Patrick, you finally would want to come in response to Katrina's question.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to kind of give an example as well, building on the parts that the DCC and ACC have seen. So, Katrina, it's not just also on your police survey where we start to notice trends, or we want to obviously kind of get feedback on specific handling of specific areas. We launch targeted kind of feedback options that we then do. So one case study, for example, is on our public engagement hub. You know, we have a specific kind of feedback section, particularly for victims on domestic abuse, rape and sexual crime, and we launched that specific regular kind of feedback model in May 2023. We've had 219 feedback responses on that basis. We then use that input to work with partners to ensure that kind of victim survivors and victim-centred approach per our vision is really driven. We then take that not just, you know, for our own feedback and where we can take lessons and make improvements, but how we can feedback that back to partners and really create a whole system approach is really important. And we do that regularly and keep those feedback options open. And obviously with our modern contact and engagement with the kind of public going forward, we hope to kind of expand this area where we can get this regular feedback to continue to build that trust and confidence. So thanks, Chair, and thanks, Katrina.
Thank you. Katrina, I don't know if you want to come back on that or if you've got any further questions.
Yeah, no, thank you to everybody. I mean, really welcome kind of this discussion here. Actually, I think, you know, it's exactly the right focus. I mean, public confidence, I know we don't need to rehearse it, is absolutely critical. So I really welcome kind of the insight into your thinking in the space. So thank you for that. My second question relates to complaints from members of the public, and obviously with my sort of complaints and conduct committee chair hat on, you know, I'm very pleased to see the data in this performance report that demonstrates that there has been a drop of 7% against the previous year. So I think that's really good. And I suppose what I was thinking, again, we obviously, I think it's the next agenda item that we have is the proportionate response to crime approach. So and I was just wondering, and you know, whether we cover this now or maybe whether we cover this under the next agenda item, but I am really interested to understand if there have been any sort of early indications to see if maybe there has been a rise in complaints that is particularly associated with the different response approach following the implementation of the proportionate response to crime. I mean, again, I'm not sure if we've got enough of a nuanced kind of perspective on this, but I just think it would be really good to understand if, as I say, this change in approach has led to potential increase in number of complaints.
Yeah, thanks, Katrina. An issue highlight. We will look into this in more depth in the next agenda item. But you have posed the question, and DCC Connors, you'd like to come in and give us an initial response to this?
Actually, was to echo yourself, Chair. I think that will be covered and certainly will feature as part of the discussion in the next element, if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Just, is there any further questions from members? No, everybody's comfortable. Just a couple of things that I'd just like to quickly highlight. We often explore the work of C3 and call handling, you know, which is a real frontline service, and there's a huge amount of complexity in it. But one of the headlines is always around call handling times. So I just wanted to note that you know there has been some improvement in that. So that's helpful, and also to highlight the alternative ways in which people can contact Police Scotland in the right circumstances. So I just want to draw that out. And the final thing is in relation to assaults on police officers. You know, this is something that you know consistently is highlighted as being absolutely not part of the job. It's totally unacceptable. You know, but I think we've seen an increase in the number of RIDDOR reports in relation to this. So is this due to that there is an increase, or is this because people are being encouraged that it isn't part of the job and they'll report it? So we get better insight and understanding, and we can give the appropriate support to officers. DCC Connors.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, Chair, thank you for recognising the hard work that's going on within command and control and contact, and how we ensure that we meet the needs of the public on how they want to contact us. Huge amount of work going on there. In terms of assaults on officers, I think it's both. We are seeing increases in assaults on officers. Right. But we're also starting to change the mindset, and other colleagues may wish to come in, but we're changing the mindset of officers, which is it's not part of the job. You don't have to absorb it. And it's not just, oh, this happens. You need to report it and you need to bring it forward, because if we don't understand what's going on, we can't make sure that they've got the right equipment. We can't support them. So I think it is two elements. One, we're definitely seeing an increase in assaults, which, as you've said, is totally unacceptable, but also we're changing the mindset of officers, which is it's not just part of the job. You do need to report it so we can give you the adequate support that's required around it. So thank you.
Thank you, DCC Connors. ACC Payton.
Yeah, and it was just to say that obviously the follow through around all of that is through the Your Safety Matters, which is still that priority, is therefore being able to understand the data, and you've mentioned it already a few times today, Chair, around the whole system approach. So it's not just about, you know, us raising the visibility and the confidence within our staff. It's then how does that follow through into how we capture that, you know, at the early stages, going through the criminal justice process, and what does that look like in terms of outcomes through the criminal justice process, because all of that will have an influence and an impact on addressing what you've rightly said at the outset should not be seen as part of the job. And we know through the Your Safety Matters group, we're able to identify, you know, good practice and share it across organisations, so that, you know, we do as a collective are really able to respond to repeat instances or areas where there is particular challenge, and we're just really grateful that we've got access to the data through the dashboard that enables us to do that, you know, on a day-to-day basis. And again, just thinking of my role as a divisional commander, that would be front and centre at your morning meeting discussion, is around, you know what has happened in the last 24 hours. What does that tell us, both in terms of immediate action that we need to take, but what does that reflect in terms of, you know, an emerging trend, so that we can continue to support our officers and staff across the organisation.
No, thank you for that. You know, I think everybody appreciates the challenges that frontline officers face, and we're really appreciative of the work that they do. If there's no final questions on this, can I just go back to the opening statement made by the DCC, which the focus is on delivering Vision 2030, but of course you've got an annual policing plan and you've got a 3-year business plan to deliver against this. You know, my impression from the report provided is it's given us real insights into the journey that you're on. There's areas clearly that we're seeing improvement, but there's also areas of significant challenge, and these are complex. But from the questions that we've asked and the responses we've received, I really appreciate the depth of understanding that you've demonstrated on these. And what, of course, we would look to do is see that these areas of challenge are appropriately resourced going forward, and I know there'll be conversations on that. The other big thing that came out across all the questions and the responses is the revised model of policing, obviously, but within that, the local policing model and that focus on community policing and how impactful you anticipate that being, and really shifting towards Vision 2030. So we look forward. I know we've heard on it, but we're really keen to understand much more about that move to that local policing model, and I know you're in the final stages of implementing that now. Okay, thank you for that. So if I can find my agenda again. Yeah, as has already been indicated, the next item on the agenda, which will be presented by ACC Emma Bond, is the Proportionate Response to Crime Evaluation Report. So if I could pass over to ACC Bond.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm very conscious of the fact that this isn't the first time that proportionate response to crime has been before the committee. So taking on board your earlier comments, it's not my intention to go through the report in detail. Happy to take questions. What I will do, however, is address Katarina's question in the earlier section, I suppose, just in terms of upfront. And I'm pleased to say I think the data within the report that's provided around user satisfaction hopefully reinforces this, but there isn't any suggestion that there is any lack of contentment or satisfaction among members of the public in terms of how the contact centres or local policing are dealing with the issues that are being reported. Certainly in terms of each individual who reports a crime that is dealt with by means of the proportionate response to crime approach is sent a direct individual message in order to try and encourage participation and a response to that in terms of what we've got, and we're not getting any sense of there being particular concerns. And I've also asked for direct assurances from divisional commanders as to whether they're getting any feedback through scrutiny panels or direct through community representatives or others around any sense of dissatisfaction around the approach, and just to reassure that there isn't anything at all to suggest that there are any issues. I think that it is widely recognised that this is about us making sure that we provide the appropriate response to matters that are being reported to police. It's not a position of non-investigation. It is about ensuring that we have officers able to invest and spend their time with those victims on those issues and problem solving within communities to try and actually prevent further instances or minimise the impact of issues within communities. So I'll pause there. Hopefully that addresses the concerns or the question that Katarina had, and more than happy to engage in the discussion with members, Chair.
Thanks for that, Emma. I really appreciate it. Your briefness, because we have read the report, but answering Katarina's question and highlighting the purpose of the proportionate response to crime. Before I open it up to everybody, I'll just quickly go back to Katarina. Have you got any further follow-up questions?
No, this has been very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, could I open this up to colleagues? Chris Cregan.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you, ACC Bond, for the report and for your opening remarks. Obviously this is really critical, isn't it, in terms of our capacity, capability, and efficiency in terms of response. So really welcome the report and the progress in this area. I've got a number of questions about the report. Perhaps I'll try and batch them in a logical way. We'll see how we go. So I guess the first couple of questions are around how the project team are measuring the business benefits in terms of the release to officer time, and I think we'd be looking to hear more about that in the future as well. And I guess specifically, are there opportunities to look for evidence of productivity gains in terms of improved detection rates in priority deployment areas? Hope that makes sense as a couple of openers, Chair.
Yeah, it does to me, and hopefully it does to ACC Bond, who I think will be the first person to come in and respond to this.
Yeah, great, and thank you for the question. So I suppose what I'll say in the outset in terms of measuring the business benefits is that this piece of work was primarily targeted at ensuring that we obviously have a finite amount of officers available within local policing teams, and trying, to be brutally honest, I suppose, deal with 150% of demand to some extent in coming in. So the purpose of this was never so much really to be focused around business benefits. This is about more effective resource management and creating the capacity to enable us to meet the demand that is coming in, and prioritise that around threat, risk, investigative opportunities, and actually ensuring then that our time is best spent. So when we've looked at the hours in the region of 90,000 hours that we have created, that essentially is about enabling officers to deal and focus on some of what was unmet demand, because we simply don't have the resource to do it. So it is not as easy for us to say that officers then have had the opportunity to redirect that into proactive patrols or into arrests or whatever the case might be, because what that simply means is that they perhaps have been able to spend an extra 5, 10, 15 minutes with a victim at a call, as opposed to having to be, and the quality we hope that should play out in terms of our wider assessments around performance, in terms of our investigative quality, in terms of the detail of the information, even thinking about the earlier conversation that we're gathering to inform domestic abuse reporting and the information that we're able to provide to other stakeholders and partners. So the short answer is we can quantify the time, but being really honest, it is not easy to be able to map that in terms of specific benefits, other than to say we're creating that capacity, and through the tasking processes and through the other work that we have and the management of and dispatch of our resource is to ensure that that is then being put to either the next available call or indeed to the investigative development of a case in terms of what we put through. So while it may not be specific to proportionate response to crime, I believe there may well be other indicators of increasing capacity to be able to focus on those things that actually are about being victim-centred and being safer. And even to Katarina's point earlier around, and the deputy's input around, we know how big an impact visibility has. Actually, if we are not spending as long or attending calls that don't have investigative opportunities from them, well then potentially that might create opportunities to be more visible as and when we have the resource within our community policing model that we hope to have. So the opportunities for us to look for evidence around productive gains that we have, as I say, I believe will come, not in the immediate term, because we know that we have resource and challenges while we're doing the work around our revised model of policing, and that commitment that the Chief Constable has given to the front line. I believe that all of these building blocks will start to come together, where we'll see wider dividends in terms of our overall performance. So, and I'm more than happy as this work continues as one constituent part of our capacity creation work within the organisation to look to see the indicators and even some of the feedback that we're getting from teams in terms of how they're feeling that they have the time to spend to be victim-centred and actually do the job in the way that we're asking them and victims and communities expect them to do.
I see that DCC Connors wants to come in and add to ACC's report, sorry, response.
Yeah, thank you. And I think Emma very ably covered it. I think, Chris, to your point more about kind of, are we going to see investment, as Emma has said, freeing up capacity of officers who are overloaded was the reason for that. But in terms of our trying to focus on our investigation and our detections, you know, we are seeing rises in detection rates in different areas and overall. So it's not necessarily linked to that specific capacity issue, but we do constantly push on to make sure that we are delivering for victims of crime in terms of being able to detect it. But the pressures that we're seeing on our staff is the reason that actually the proportionate response to crime was brought in the first place, as Emma has said.
Chris, back to yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I really appreciate that and the openness of the response in terms of the rationale and the challenges. You talked there about understanding what's going on the ground, I guess, in terms of feedback, and I guess be interested to hear any more about what divisional commanders are seeing, for example, in terms of impacts on performance, and in terms of frontline staff. Is there an opportunity there in terms of the feedback loop to do some kind of qualitative assessment of how this feels in terms of its impact?
Yeah, so it's certainly, I mean, as I said earlier, the feedback from divisional commanders is certainly, there's nothing to suggest that there are any significant issues or difficulties that this approach is creating from a local police and delivery perspective. I know certainly I have spoken to colleagues within North region, obviously my geographical responsibility, and what they are finding, particularly the local teams. It was the Stonehaven team that I have been talking to, that because they weren't getting the constant referrals of reports coming in to follow up, to attend, that actually they were getting the opportunity to deal with those matters at a community level that actually did need resolved. So there was a sense that very much their time was being far better invested in those matters that they could problem solve and resolve. And that whilst teams will continue to be cited on the reports, the fact that they weren't having to attend where there weren't actually opportunities for investigation made them feel that they had the opportunity to dedicate ultimately to the core role that they were there to perform. So from a qualitative perspective, certainly there is value added around this because we are stripping out some of the, I suppose, bureaucracy or some of the inefficiencies within the system to make sure that we are using our officers in the best way for the benefit of communities, which is ultimately what we're about thinking about the people as opposed to the sense of following process that ultimately wasn't going to create any change in the outcome for the individuals who've made the initial report, and indeed wasn't the best use of policing resource at public expense.
Okay, Chris, you still got your hand up there. Do you wish to come back in?
Yeah, just a final point that is really helpful and appreciates what's been said about the progress to date and about how we build a clearer picture of this over time. I guess with that in mind, Chair, it would be helpful, I think, for the committee for us to have something back perhaps in 12 months' time in terms of a further assessment of this, and as much as can be determined in that assessment on in terms of that articulation around the impact on frontline policing, on service delivery. And back to the earlier point about that Katharina was making, I guess user satisfaction as well. Clearly, it's positive what's there, but it's obviously based on a very low response rate. And I guess in any further assessment, we'd be looking for something more robust in that respect, notwithstanding the challenges involved. I have been a researcher to trade for significant periods of my working life, so I do understand that the challenges in terms of response rates, but obviously it's important to improve the robustness there. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chris. And yeah, I agree that I think as this develops and the insights develop, it would be helpful perhaps in 12 months' time to bring a further report to this committee. Does anybody have any further questions on this report? No. I know that a proportionate response to crime is not new. It's something, it's a tool that's been used, you know, within Scotland, but across the UK. I think what you've emphasised to us here today is that it's seen as helpful to ease some of the pressures on staff, but not just ease the pressures on staff. It's to allow them, you know, to focus on areas that will help to support, you know, victims better and move towards, you know, the other areas that are highlighted within Vision 2030. I think the crucial thing that Chris said there is the flip side of that. It is proportionate response, but what is the satisfaction of the victims at that end, and more insight to that would be helpful as we go forward. But I appreciate the report and the update that we've been provided with. Okay, so let's move on then to the next item on today's agenda, which is 2.3, which is the Prevent Annual Report, and ACC Kat Payton, I believe, is going to lead us through this. Kat.
Thanks, Chair. And similar to my colleague, I'll obviously take it that the report has been read. There's a few things though for the benefit of the group that I'll maybe just highlight in terms of setting in context and just some of the key matters that the report draws out. It won't be lost on anyone in this group, you know, that Prevent sits within our contest strategy, first published in 2003, and there's been 5 iterations since that time, the most up to date being published in July 2023. Prevent is, of course, one of the pillars within that contest strategy. The aim around twofold: to stop people becoming terrorists and to stop people supporting terrorism. And you know, the Prevent programme does that by identifying individuals at risk. So it's very much in that early stage, assessing, once identified, assessing their susceptibility to terrorism, and then providing appropriate support. The report is for the year ending 2024, so the figures 2023 to 2024, and the highlights you'll see are that there were 114 referrals, a 31% increase. But if you look at page 8 and in terms of the 1920 figures, the 5-year graph that's there, you'll see that overall it's a gradual increase because we saw quite a dip during the years of COVID, and we're gradually coming back to levels that have been seen previously, albeit we certainly are seeing a gradual increase. The report also just draws out some of the process and practice around how we identify from those referrals cases that should then go on and be referred to the case management, and those that are not suitable, and again draws out some of the statistics as it relates to the demographics. So for example, police being the primary referral agency, you know, closely followed by education, predominantly males referred into the programme, and the highest age group between 15 and 20-year-olds. And in that year, the main category was in relation to mixed, unstable and unclear, which for the benefit of the group is really just where there's no clear ideology that's identified, and it's a whole range perhaps of traits and viewpoints that come under that category. I think just before I pause and open up to questions, Chair, a couple of things I'd want to say. Of course, it's not lost on anyone the horrendous events last year on the 29th of July in Southport, and you know, Police Scotland remains you know, very sensitive to the challenges that community have faced as a result of those horrendous attacks, and of course to the families themselves. But that did bring Prevent back in, or content strategy in general, but Prevent back into the spotlight. And I suppose what I wanted to reassure this group is that from that moment, we ourselves proactively started to review all repeat referrals. So over the last 5 years, we've had 40 repeat referrals into Prevent, and we already from that moment started to look at them. Fast forward to the Prevent Learning Review that just came out in the beginning of February as a result of Southport, which captures 14 recommendations. One of them was about how we, you know, continue to look at repeat cases or cases that have been in the system before. So we were already, you know, ahead of the game in relation to that. Very much connected to that work that's ongoing. As you know, counter-terrorism's, you know, not a devolved matter, so very much connected to the CT network. And in fact, 2 weeks ago, counter-terrorism policing came and reviewed our approach to Prevent, identifying some good practice, and they're going to provide us with a report in relation to that. So we're already looking at ways for our own internal assurance through external peer-to-peer support around that process and practice. So hopefully that gives you enough around the report itself and just some of the other practices in place, Chair, but happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you for that. And actually, you've touched on and answered some of the questions that I was going to draw out before I open it up to colleagues for any questions that they may have. I had a question in relation to how you were managing and thinking about your approach to repeat referrals over time. You know, you touched on that. I don't know if you want to extend on your thinking there.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, Chair. And as I say, we've only, so if we fast forward into the report itself, although we had 40 over those 5 years, there was only 6 in that reporting period, as you'll see the report draws out. Yeah. One of the things I think is probably helpful for this group to understand, and apologies if you're already cited on this, but it is different from other elements across the UK, but we are fortunate to have our interim vulnerable persons database. So when we are, every day we're assessing information and intelligence that comes in through that referral process. And when we make that initial assessment through our Prevent assessment framework, the cases that then go on to the Prevent multi-agency panel, of course, that's one element, and you'll see in the report we talk about, you know, cases that are not suitable. But what that means is those cases are referred for other safeguarding, and our our vulnerable persons database is a means by which we capture a single chronology. So we're then able to pick up quickly, even if it's not through another Prevent referral, if there are issues that then need to be escalated and a referral made back in. So I suppose it's given you that confidence that the information that we have and the process as it relates to both Prevent and other safeguarding opportunities is very intrinsically linked, and it gives us a real good opportunity to recognise triggers, thresholds, and be able to work with them in whatever is the most appropriate means to do that, whether it's Prevent or whether it's through other opportunities through safeguarding measures.
Yeah. Thank you for expanding and explaining that. I appreciate it. And you touched on this as well. It's that the and majority of referrals are from mixed, unclear and unstable ideology. But there's also a significant number from right-wing extremism. So I'm just wondering the challenges that you have in terms of prevent case management, directing people that are referred from that mixed, unclear and unstable ideology, because it looks like you're much more likely if you're referred from right-wing extremism into that programme.
Yeah, really good point, Chair, and I think so. So one of the things, again, by way of reassurance, I would give is that we have a higher conversion rate in Scotland, as it were, from the cases that are referred that then go into our our prevent case management. But you do see that even though the highest area or category comes from the mixed, unstable and unclear, most of our cases that are within the prevent multi-agency panel relate to right wing. The reason for that is actually because of the reality that the ideology is really clear, and so it's really clear to be able to understand through that prevent assessment framework that we have a real challenge around those views. Whereas in the mixed, unclear and unstable, as I mentioned earlier, you may have a range of things, you may have a range of traits which actually might be more around hate crime, so there might be elements of misogyny, there might be elements of racism, there might be a whole range of different views, but no clear ideology, and therefore not immediately relevant for the prevent case management. But as I mentioned earlier, that doesn't mean that we don't do anything. That that means that we might look at another approach to other safeguarding measures and interventions that we have in place. What I should also say, these figures relate to 23 and 24. Home Office have already updated the categories that we would look at, and there are a number of other ones, and mixed, unclear and unstable doesn't feature. There's ones around multiple ideologies, but there's other ones that we can identify, incel, for example, being one of them, and we'll be able to be really clear on that moving forward.
So that's helpful. That really aids my understanding, and I hope it provides, in the public interest, some good insight. And apologies to colleagues for hogging it a bit there, but you touched on them in your introduction, so I thought it was timely perhaps to ask those questions. So with that, can I open it up to colleagues? Does anybody have any further questions? Chris, see you've raised your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Katerina. Katerina, I think you've anticipated quite a lot of our questions, so I hesitate to take it further. But I guess just picking up on that point in relation to the trend data there. I mean, you mentioned misogyny, you mentioned incels, and I know that there has been research at UK level which suggests that incels need mental health support rather than a counter-terrorism approach, notwithstanding the importance of risks of violence being reported to relevant authorities. And I guess that picks up on your safeguarding point. But are Police Scotland seeing an increase in threats through incels or toxic masculinity? Is there anything more you can say about that, and the extent to which prevent allows for threats of that nature to be understood?
I suppose just if I reflect back to my time working in counter-terrorism, we have always been again sensitive and attentive to some of the challenges, and actually Police Scotland was the first police force to report somebody under terrorism legislation with an incel ideology. So we've always been really aware of that and looking out for the signs, and I do think that goes back to our ability to have a single version of the truth and chronology around an individual. Are we seeing an increase? Well, of course, across a whole range of elements we're seeing, you know, the reflections of society and some of the challenges that experienced there, but perhaps reflecting back to some of our earlier conversations, a lot of the work that we're doing with things like the Violence Reduction Unit, which in the prevention space around how they're going in and do programmes of activities with schools and others. Being in mind, education is this, you know, the kind of second, you know, highest referral agency, predominantly from high schools. We've got a real opportunity which we use working with our school-based officers, working with, you know, Violence Reduction Unit and other third sector organisations to tackle the challenges that we see in relation to violence, and particularly as it relates to violence against women and girls. So hopefully that shows again that, you know, that whole system approach, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely, it does, and appreciate the response there and the assurances there in terms of partnership working and that whole system approach. Just one other thing, if I may, Chair, and I think again you kind of anticipated this question, so I don't know whether there's anything more to say, but just, you know, you referred to the tragic events and the high profile that Prevent's had in you know, very recently in the media, and I think we understand, don't we, that there may be a further review of Prevent at a UK level, and anything more any more insight you might have about how that might affect how we approach this in Scotland.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in terms of anticipation, it'd be really difficult to talk about Prevent without reflecting on the tragedies of Southport, and of course, you know, the fact, as you mentioned, Chris, that really has brought the Prevent programme, you know, front and centre. As I mentioned earlier, we were very proactive anyway around, as we would be for any, you know, incident of that nature, looking at our own, you know, process and practice and giving ourselves that assurance. Hence, we had already started doing some of the work around proactively reviewing repeat cases, but very much joined up and part of that wider CT network. So part of the learning review, to say those 14 recommendations have come through, and we're looking at them, but for the reasons I have mentioned, you know, our process is you know, really robust in Scotland, but again, we're not resting our laurels. Hence, you know, we've invited CT policing headquarters to come in and look at it, and, you know, and give us that peer support. So there may be more, and we I suppose all I would say is are positioned really well to influence positively, but actually also to listen and hear where we need to perhaps be more robust or can learn from other areas. But as it stands at the moment, as I say, we're in a positive place in relation to that.
I think that's really helpful to hear, and you know, appreciate, yes, I mean, in terms of both listening and contributing, it's a two-way street there, isn't it, in terms of in terms of what we know about the work that has happened in Scotland. So really appreciate the response. Thank you. No doubt we'll want to hear more about this in due course as events and processes unfold more widely.
Yeah, thanks for those questions, Chris, and the responses from Kat. Are there any further questions from members? No. Okay, Kat, I think you said at the outset that you know, the purpose of Prevent is to stop your people from supporting or becoming terrorists, and you mentioned, you know, one of the number of horrific events that occurred, you know, across the United Kingdom. So I think that absolutely underscores the importance of the work in this area. So I think very helpful insights that you've provided us within your response to the questions, and you of course have the support of the authority in this area. And as Chris just said, you know, we look forward to you know, further updates as this area, as has been highlighted, evolves in response to what's happened in the world. Okay, thank you. So I see that Chief Superintendent Conrad Trickett has appeared on my screen. So we move on to agenda item 2.4, which is policing in a digital world. It's the annual report. So Conrad, if I can pass over to yourself.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good morning, members and the rest of the committee. And nice to be back and see everyone. So about a year ago, we agreed with the SPA that we would produce an annual report for the Policing in a Digital World programme. And last year ago, we produced our first annual report. So here we are with the second annual report. It brings together the programme of change that's ongoing in the cyber and fraud space, but also tries to bring in some of the business as usual aspects of cybercrime and fraud investigation. And so hopefully gives you a reasonably comprehensive overview of policing in this area. So at the moment, it draws together various bits of the business that all work to contribute towards policing in a digital world beyond the change program that exists to build on the capabilities. Of course, one of the key pieces of work in the coming year is going to be the move towards a cyber and fraud command, and so this annual report will really give you the breadth of work in this area as we go forward. The report is designed to be more of a readable format than a kind of a standard sort of performance report. So we have tried to bring in some case studies. It's more prose than it is statistics and so on, but we've pepper potted it with some stats to back up some of the things we're saying. So hopefully it gives you a fairly broad overview of the work that we're doing. I wasn't intending to go into any of the detail, and obviously happy to take any questions on any of the detail within the report. It obviously is ACC Houston's first annual report as both the SRO and the ACC for that portfolio of business. And we've tried to give you the strategic context in there around the UK landscape as well as our own approach. It is based on the 4Ps model that we've talked about in Performance Committee before. And when we're talking about our future operating model, we've broken it down into the 4Ps to give members a clear understanding of the business and how we're taking work forward. And you'll see towards the end of the report, there's lots of partnership activity. So as I've said before, you can't really operate in the cyber fraud ecosystem without being part of a much wider network. That's both within law enforcement and also within the wider partnership in Scotland, which is really strong in the cyber space, and you'll see some of the detail within that. So unless you wanted me to flesh out any more of the content, Chair, I'm happy just to take any questions on the report and obviously offer it up as our where we are, our marker in the sand for the year's worth of work, and obviously indicating what's coming down the track.
Yeah, no, that's thank you, Conrad. I appreciate your introduction and highlighting some of the key areas within it. But I know there's a number of questions from members, so if I could just open it up. And I see that the first member to raise her hand is Mary Pitt-Caithley. Mary.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conrad, for that report. It is very helpful, and it's good to see the progress that's being made and to be able to look at your plans for future developments, because clearly this is an increasing area of demand for Police Scotland. So thank you for the report. I wondered if we could return briefly to the vexed issue of being able to quantify the benefits realised from projects such as this. And so there's a reference to the digivans being rolled out, and that means a significant reduction in the time you need to hold on to devices. Are you able to quantify that time and how you can evidence that as a benefit perhaps, or is it not really such a, am I on the wrong end of the stick here?
Sorry, I put my mute on there. Sorry, thank you for the question. So I think the real benefit that so all those pieces that have been completed have got end of project reports, which has called out the benefits as were documented in the original business case or business justification case. So we do have end of project reports to go into a deeper level of detail if we want to do that. In terms of the real benefit of the vans is actually more on staff well-being.
Right.
So
Okay.
if you remember, the previous circumstance was that, and when we execute a warrant in these circumstances, we're going into individuals' houses, which can potentially be chaotic, and we've got digital forensic analysts operating in those houses in restricted spaces with potential victims, witnesses in the same property as we execute the warrant. And so what the digital forensic van has done is enabled us to create a mobile workspace for all of that activity to take place in the van. So we can execute the warrant, we can extract the various devices, and we can then triage them in the van. So it's much better in terms of both the professional service we're delivering. It's also better for the actual staff members. And I think we've included some quotes there that have come from a staff survey we took place as part of that benefits realization. But importantly, to your specific question, so because we can effectively triage all those devices in the property more effectively, more of them can be handed back because we don't need them for further examination than would previously happened. So if you think back in the sort of chaotic environment I was trying to portray, actually things need to come back to the lab to confirm that we don't need them, because we've got the professional workspace with the better, a more focused triage activity ongoing. Then it does mean that more devices that are not relevant to the inquiry can be left in the property, and the devices that are relevant to the inquiry can be taken back to the lab for further analysis.
Thank you, Conrad. That does seem like a very good advantage we have now, so that's excellent. I was also very interested to read about the pilot that's happening in, I think it's East Ayrshire, in relation to sextortion. And I was just wondering if that pilot will be evaluated prior to hopefully maybe a national rollout of something like this.
Yeah, so no, thanks. So this is a great example of hopefully the benefits of the cyber fraud unit. So cyber harm prevention at the moment operate in the Policing Together portfolio. And it's cyber harm prevention team officers that have been engaged with local policing in this pilot. Bringing them together into the cyber fraud unit will hopefully mean that what we can identify best practice around the country and then consider if it's relevant to wider rollout. So I see that as being one of the real benefits of drawing all our cyber and fraud sort of assets together. So it will be evaluated, and if it's something that we can roll out nationally, then we will do that.
Great, thank you. And I suppose my final question is about the issue that you raised about partnerships and the importance of working in partnership. So are some of these partnerships UK-wide?
Yeah, absolutely. So the law enforcement partnership is and there's commentary throughout the report about the work. So City of London Police lead nationally for UK policing around cyber and fraud. So we've got a really strong relationship with them, and building up towards joining the fraud and cybercrime reporting and analysis service, and that will be rolled out later in 2025. That opens up doorways to key national partners in NCA territory and so on. So a lot of work in the law enforcement space there, but they also have an ambassadors network. And the ambassadors network opens up engagement with some of the big providers at a UK national level. And we have a seat at that table. So, for example, Microsoft, sit at that table, and other big providers and cybersecurity providers sit around that table. So, the Cyber Ambassadors Network is a great way for us to access UK level partnerships. But actually, one of the strengths in Scotland is the size and scale. So in England and Wales, they sometimes struggle to actually pull really cohesive partnerships together, not at a national level, but at a more localised level. Whereas within Scotland, we've got the Cyber Scotland Partnership and the Scottish Cyber Coordination Centre are both really powerful partnerships that cover both public sector in the whole of Scotland and reach out to business in Scotland. And so on both cybercrime and fraud, we've got really strong links at a Scottish level into, for example, the banking sector that represented in Scotland. So we've almost got the best of both worlds, because we've got the right size and scale to do strong partnership working in Scotland. We've also got some, through that law enforcement route, we've got some strong national partnerships through the Ambassadors Network.
That's excellent. Thanks very much, Conrad, and good luck to you and to Stuart taking this work forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for those questions and responses. Chris, can I pass over to yourself?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Conrad. Really appreciate the report and all of the detail in it. Pardon me for asking a question which relates to something that's not in the report, if you don't mind, and that relates to cyber training for frontline officers. Our understanding is that this was to be procured in this financial year, I think, but the procurement was unsuccessful. So I guess the question that we would have is how will the programme be rolled out? What plans are in place to deliver that over the coming year?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I was trying to find the page. We do reference cyber training somewhere in there. I can't multitask and listen to yourself and find the page, but there is a reference to it, but it probably doesn't give the detail that the question warrants. So you're right. We had an initial business case that came through the authority that then triggered the procurement process. If members remember, we went on a three-pronged foundation, intermediate and advanced sort of levels of training, depending on which bit of the workforce. And the front line that you're sort of touching on there, Chris, is the foundation level of training. The procurement process went out and ran its full course through scoring and assessment. And at the end of that process, the decision was made that actually none of the providers that had come forward in the procurement process were able to deliver what we wanted. At the same time that process was running, and it demonstrates the speed of change in this area, actually, there are a number of innovative ideas starting to be generated in UK policing. And actually, some of our northern constabularies in Cumbria, Northumbria, created a digital academy, and so we went and had a look at that and how they were conducting their sort of cyber training. We held some internal workshops off the back of the failed procurement and decided that we could do this differently. As part of the IBC, and people may recall that we'd temporarily employed, so through our reform funding, we'd created a training team in-house. And actually the skills and the experience of the individuals that we had in that training team, coupled with some of the concepts and innovation around the Digital Academy, we put those two things together and actually decided that we could take forward the training in a different way. So rather than getting external providers to deliver a range of courses, some of them would have been online and some of them face-to-face, but a range of courses, what we were going to do, particularly for this foundation intermediate layer that you're asking about, is break it down into bite-sized chunks and actually it's called bite-sized training. So some of these are online and some of them are face-to-face. What we've been doing in the background is also created a first responder guide, which breaks down the approach to cyber and fraud and digital evidence into all the component parts. And that has been available and published and is out on the intranet for officers to dip into. There's also a ready link on their mobile device, so they have easy access to it. But in support of that guide, we've broken down the training. So, for example, the use of the cyber kiosks is a specific training course, a one-day training course for officers to know how to triage devices themselves and identify the evidence. We've got some online products around cryptocurrency, so we can upskill people in understanding cryptocurrency and the use of the dark web. Again, this isn't to give them the skills to investigate the dark web in a policing capability. It's just to grow their understanding of that area of business. So very much targeting the front end. And there's also some courses around comms data and the actual process that we put in place for accessing digital forensics. So there's a range of courses that are growing and the team are developing. We launched earlier this year a cyber knowledge hub on our intranet. So there's a one-stop shop for officers to dip into and can access the online courses and also get some further detail off the back of that first responder guide. Unfortunately, we lost our training manager a few months ago. The cyber industry is rife with headhunting, and she's been picked up by one of our partner agencies because she's very, very capable. And therefore, we've had a slight stall in our face-to-face foundation module. But there is a foundation module, 2.5 hours face-to-face, to reinforce some of the content that I've described in that responder guide. So that's really our solution to what was going to be a program of rolling out one course, a sort of a one course once to everyone. We've gone for this digital academy bite-size approach with a training team that can actually deliver in-house training, and we're shaping it up that way. So hopefully that answers the question.
Thanks. Absolutely, it does. Really comprehensive answer. Really appreciate that, and I think it was really helpful for us to hear how you've responded to the situation that arose and take an alternative approach. So thank you very much for the assurance there in terms of progress on delivery.
Okay, thanks for that question and response. Is there any final questions on this for Conrad? No. Conrad, we really appreciate the report. I think for me, I've heard often that policing is complex. It has to take place in the public, in the private, and also the virtual space. And certainly in the virtual space, it's something that is incredibly complex and is growing, as you've highlighted. So I think the assurances that you've provided, both in your answers in the report, are very helpful to us and hopefully very helpful to the public hearing this. So I wish you well going forward, and equally for ACC Houston. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we've been going now for just over 2 hours, and we've got a very important paper cut coming up. So apologies, Steve, you were probably just about ready to start speaking about that. But if everybody's content, perhaps we could take a short 10-minute comfort break, refocus, come back and move on to the next agenda item. So it's 6 minutes past 12. So we can aim to be back here at 16 minutes past 12. Thank you. I'm probably about 15 minutes behind where I'd hoped to be at this stage in the meeting. It's not a problem. We have plenty of time. But if we can move on through the remaining papers without a lunch break, that I would appreciate that. Hopefully everybody else is content with that. Yeah, I'm seeing nods all round. Okay, so with that, what we'll do is I'll move on to agenda item 2.5, which has already been touched on when we did the quarterly performance report. But this is the opportunity now for further questions that I know members have. So it's a deep dive analysis of rape and sexual crime, and ACC Steve Johnston, he's going to lead us through this paper. Steve.
Chair, members, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present the paper. As you said right at the start, I'll take the paper as read, but I'll just perhaps quickly run through sort of some of the content. So this is an area of business that's highly complex. There's lots of interdependencies right across the public protection portfolio, and even back to Conrad's paper there, increasingly the influence of cyber and cyber capabilities, even within this space, particularly around coercive control and stalking, harassment, that are all offences within the crime type. But the report seeks to provide just a couple of key insights. It talks about the wider public protection and particularly the links to domestic abuse, which I know I've already had a colleague ask a question on. And importantly, try to cover off some of the work that's already been referenced in terms of the Lord Advocate's references, 2023 in relation to cooperation, which again is an incredibly useful tool for us in terms of our detections and support of victims. It covers off one emerging trend, new trend in terms of stealthing, which is a sort of a new crime type or a new way of crimes being committed, and probably increased public awareness because of some of the high profile nature, and that being that of stealthing, and that's covered within the report. And then take the opportunity to highlight some of the areas of work where we are doing some work that's very victim centred around early evidence capture, around the initial briefing report from officers, and highlight there, and for me this is a key area, body-worn video in terms of that victim-centred approach. The partnership that we work within, there's been a number of questions already, and I've alluded to the fact we sit as part of the Victim Task Force, which is chaired, as I said, by the CABSEC and co-chaired by the Lord Advocate at that highest level. And the key pieces of work in terms that they undertake there around victim-centred approaches, trauma-informed and communications, which again, I know are questions that colleagues have had around how are we getting information out, and just highlight some of the relationships there. And for me also the opportunity to talk about the National Police Chiefs Council and the link to the wider UK around violence against women and girls and Opsateria. And the final point in the report goes on, this is an evolving area of business. It's one that we know, and I mentioned before that there is plenty of evidence from survivors and victim support groups to suggest that this is significantly underreported in Scotland. There's much work to do to build the confidence in that victim group to be able to come forward and report. And similarly, there's an awful lot of work that needs to be done in the preventative space to make sure that we're driving this type of offending down, not just in the short term, but in the long term, which is about societal change and culture change. The paper is there and you've got that. So I'm happy to take any questions in relation to the paper or anything wider.
Okay, thank you for that. And I know members will have questions on this, so if I can open it up to members. Katerina.
Great, yeah, no, thank you very much for this report, Steve. Really appreciate this, and you know, I had a few questions. I think we touched on some of them already in the previous under the agenda item 2.1, and I think, you know, I mean, first I would quite like to really understand maybe a little bit more. Again, you know, taking us back to the trends in detection rates in a relatively low percentage of cases that are detected and then proceed to trial and then basically ended up, you know, in actually in that conviction. I would really like to hear a little bit more. Maybe I know it is covered in the report, but maybe just, from your perspective, what is the work that you are currently doing with the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service that you think may well lead to improvements? Because, I think we discussed at length that it can be a traumatic process to report a rape. I appreciate that Police Scotland are doing a lot about making sure that the investigation is as sort of trauma informed as possible. But then ultimately, for a lot of the survivors, it is all about justice. So I understand that Police Scotland only plays a part in that system, but I would really be quite keen to hear what is being done, from Police Scotland's perspective to really try and not only increase detection rates and, obviously improve the quality of the evidence that goes into the judicial system. But is there anything else that you're doing to increase conviction rates ultimately? Because that is what we're after. Apologies for the long-winded question.
Catherine, there's a number of things in that. So firstly, one of the things that we are looking at, and this is right across all the agencies that are involved, it probably links back to performance data. So you'll be aware we now have a Violence Against Women and Girls dashboard. That's great for showing us, if you like, the unified data in relation to crime. One of the things that we're doing as a partnership is to start to look at, colleagues in England and Wales know it as the waterfall data in relation to rape and serious sexual crime. So just to take colleagues through, that would take us right the way through from the calls for service, which tends to be your largest number. How many of those calls for service lead to an incident? How many of those incidents lead to a crime report? How many of those crime reports leads to a detection? How many of those detections lead to a conviction, if that makes sense? And we know from experience and from evidence from south of the border, that waterfall and that cascade is really quite dramatic. And what that prompts us to do is to look at the whole system. We can do that from a number of lenses. We can look from, if you like, the top of the waterfall, the agencies that are involved, or we can take a victim-centred approach and look at that journey through. That is work that the Victim Task Force is looking at from a victim perspective. So right from making sure that all victims of crime are supported through victim support. So I mentioned before, rather than at the moment where we ask people if they want to be referred, there's a piece of work that's looking at people being referred right from the off and have to opt out of that support, which has its merits, I think. Then we look at the journey through around, within our agency, people having to tell their story a number of times to different people. That can erode people's confidence in the process. They feel as though we should already know. I've told Police Scotland this on the phone. Why am I telling a uniformed PC then only to have to tell a detective? So a number of these things degrade that victim-centred approach, and that they have to then go through different support agencies at different stages of the criminal justice process. So we're having conversations around that much more holistic terminology, not grave, but that sort of cradle to grave, that when people come in, we know that there are a finite number of agencies that are going to be involved in that case, from law enforcement, capturing the best evidence, capturing the forensic evidence, right the way through to the prosecution of the case. And at the moment, it's a handoff process rather than a collective enterprise. That is a piece of work that we're looking at as to how we can join up and how partners can come in and be involved in a much more safeguarding approach, rather than this quite binary, as I say, sort of handoff approach. We do our bit, then you hand it over to somebody else, and they have to form those relationships again. Another aspect to that is what I would know as achieving best evidence. So how we actually elicit the evidence from victims of crime. As you said, they've been through a heinous traumatic experience. In order to capture the evidence in the best way that we possibly can, we want to try and do that in a trauma-informed way, but we need to capture the best evidence we possibly can to secure a criminal justice outcome. That means that I believe we should try and do that only once for the whole of the criminal justice process, so that we're not seeing rape victims having to go into the witness box. Again, we're working quite closely with the Crown on that, and about how we might achieve that in terms of the presentation of evidence in courts. And similarly with the witnesses, so many of the witnesses are children, and at the moment there's different processes for the victim, the perpetrator, and the children as witnesses. And certainly the approach through our public protection development review is to, yes, make sure those individual elements are covered, but a much more holistic approach to the family and the outcomes that we're trying to achieve for the family. So there's some key aspects that we're doing from Police Scotland through the Victims Task Force, linked in with partners there, and through the Violence Against Women and Girls group, particularly the Stakeholder Engagement Forum, very much that voice of the victim starting to drive our activity. A colleague mentioned the Public Engagement Hub Domestic Abuse, Rape and Sexual Crime feedback. That feedback really does give us the point where we start to see, from the first point of contact to the presentation of the report and presentation at the court, we start to see the victim experience fall off. We need to do more work in that space, would be my view, around maintaining that confidence. But for me, it's very much about not having so many steps in the process. It's about, trying to get, the ideal for me would be when somebody phones up to say they want to report a rape, the first person that they see is a detective. But frankly, we haven't got the resources for that. So we have to respond with the resources that we've got available. We have to try and enhance the skills of the people that we've got available to deal with victims in a victim-centred approach. And we have to try and get the specialists around rape and sexual harm closer to the front end of that demand as we possibly can, bearing in mind, as I say, the constraints that we've got about the numbers of resources. And there's a significant piece of work to do around the qualitative aspect of investigation. And you'll be aware we're doing some work around future investigative skills from uniformed colleagues right the way through to the more specialist detectives. So that's work that we're doing as a single agency. That's how we connect in, if you like, to some of the partners, particularly victim support. And the wider piece around the convictions and the conviction rate at court, I know it is of very serious concern to the Crown Office and the Lord Advocate, and that is something that the Crown Office is looking at, and we will support them in that review and making sure that we're providing the best evidence we can on behalf of victims.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Katerina, do you want to come back on any of that for further clarity, or have you got further questions?
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Chair. No, yeah, definitely. Thank you, Steve. I think that was a very kind of comprehensive and really kind of good, as I say, I think summary from me in terms of making the linkages. And I'd really like to commend Police Scotland in some of these areas, particularly around the data and that linking that exactly with the broader strands. So recognizing that violence against women and girls, that it is all connected. So I definitely think there's some really, from my perspective, I think there's some really positive developments, and I definitely see the trends of going in the right direction. So really do appreciate that. You've kind of answered some of my other questions that I had sort of preemptively, which is always good. That's always efficient, and it's going to help the chair in his timekeeping. So maybe just two kind of relatively small points as well. Again, with sort of the public confidence and public interest perspective. Again, because obviously I follow news in terms of Scottish news, UK news, in terms of everything that's related to policing and sexual violence. And there's been a few kind of reports that have kind of been in the media, and I'm just really keen to kind of get Police Scotland's perspective on it. So one was in relation to sexual assaults and rapes in hospitals, so within sort of the NHS estate. And again, I'm quite conscious of the fact that obviously, particularly when women and we assume that it's mainly against women, because we know that the trends are that it's mainly women who are victims of sexual violence, not exclusively, naturally. So within the NHS estate, obviously women are quite often at the most vulnerable. And I just wonder to what degree there is engagement with NHS and maybe other kind of public bodies where women are in residence or whatever, where we know they may be in a more vulnerable state than elsewhere, though arguably the most vulnerable place for a woman quite often is the domestic environment. So that's the first question. So it's about that. And the second question also that I've sort of picked up is, and again, I think it links to antisocial behaviour and violence against women and girls. So there have been reports in social media, but also in newspaper articles. And I've also had personal accounts from women telling me this, that in some parts of sort of our biggest cities, in particular Glasgow, for example, particularly in parts of the city where there's a nighttime economy, that women are feeling increasingly less safe because of the behaviour of male citizens, in terms of following them, stalking them, kind of recording them. So, you know, without kind of, you know, sounding too dramatic, but, you know, some accounts talk about sort of basically no-go zones for certain areas. And I just do wonder, again, always whenever it comes to kind of media reports, as to whether or not that is something that you are seeing on your side through data, and whether that is something that, you know, if you are indeed kind of seeing these trends, and if there are indeed trends, whether that also factors into, again, your work on antisocial behaviour and violence against women and girls. Again, apologies to kind of, well, one very lengthy question here with two different sort of themes.
I'll try and cover those off then. So in relation to the first one, I think any offences where you have vulnerable people and there's potential for that abuse of a power dynamic, so whether that's in a hospital, a care institute, education, we take those allegations extremely seriously. Am I seeing it in the data? The simple answer would be no. But having said that, it is an area that, as I said before, we know areas are underreported. I've seen the media coverage, and they tend to be about quite specific cases. The volumes are not as widely reported, but again, I'll try and have a look into the data and see whether on the Unify system that we do have something similar. My sense is we have to look at the broader confidence and for people to come forward. I suppose the challenge around some of those and some of the cases that you mentioned are many of the people didn't know they were being abused until a third-party intervention, because of the nature of you know, some, I think, terribly reported as being anaesthetised or virtually unconscious, you know, or incapable of communicating. So these are horrific crimes, and one for which the victimology is really crucial for us to understand. So I'll go and do a bit of digging, but I don't have any data that would suggest we're seeing that as an emerging problem or a problem across our estate. But we do have good relationships with those agencies, I think, that would tell us, particularly the victim support agencies, that would have no problem identifying anywhere where there was an abuse of those powers. And in relation to the broader, the sort of safer spaces and this sense of people feeling unsafe in the communities, absolutely key. And right across the sort of local policing landscape, so the Safer Cities, Safer Streets campaigns, I would encourage all women who feel unsafe in a particular location to make sure that they do report to us, whether that's as antisocial behaviour or whether there's descriptions of people, so that we can follow that up. I don't think we're seeing that in our data around antisocial behaviour, but I do think we do see people, as I said, around the DASA offences, and whether somebody feels as though they're being followed either by somebody that they used to know. We are getting reports of that. We do see that. That's probably more evident since the DASA offences, but I'm certainly not seeing anything in the patterns that we would attribute to antisocial behaviour around that. But again, it is one of those areas where perhaps in the past, the messaging around this, you know, some years ago, was about, you know, well, don't go out, don't do this and don't do that. We are clearly and absolutely categorically not saying that. Women and children should be safe to go around our cities, our towns, our villages, without being told what they can and can't do. And I want to make sure that we're targeting the perpetrators, and that we're using the facilities that are provided by local authorities around CCTV to try and get the evidence, identify the perpetrators that are conducting this sort of behaviour, and then targeting them and making sure that they're taken out of these spaces so that they can't target people and that people then do feel safe. So I'd much rather make sure that we're focused on the perpetrators that would seek to use public or parts of the public space to commit their offences, and make sure we put them on the back foot rather than telling people where and when they can't go. It's incumbent upon us to make those safer spaces so that they do feel safe. But I'm not seeing it in the data, Katharina, I must say, but I will look.
Okay, thanks for that, Steve. And I see that DCC Connors wishes to come in response to the question set by Katharina.
Thank you. Actually, Steve has covered it, which is it's the perpetrator focus. It's the people who are making women and girls feel uncomfortable, which is where our focus needs to be. And as Steve has said, we're not seeing that in our data, in terms, certainly not in terms of no-go zones. We do have specific plans around nighttime economy in particular, and visibility, to make sure that people can enjoy their lives in the way that they choose and are not harassed in the way that Katerina has outlined. But equally, we do know that things do go underreported. So again, it's that anecdotal and being able to understand that and make those links into those areas through community links and partners that remain absolutely key. But as Steve has said, we're not seeing that at all in the data, and equally it is a perpetrator focus that we want to maintain. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Katerina, anything further from yourself?
Thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do any other members have any questions they want to put to Steve? I see that I had Chris first and then Mary. Chris.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again, Steve. Just a brief question, and certainly acknowledging, as other colleagues have, the progress and the many examples of good practice in this report. I just wanted to hone in on it's really around page 12 and training, and you referred in one of your previous answers to the importance of skill enhancement across the service. Obviously, there's a lot of progress in terms of the rolling out of training. Can we just have some assurance around timescales for delivery to all officers? Thank you.
Yeah, you know, I think the importance of a victim-centred approach is to make sure that our officers and the staff that engage with victims, because it's a mixed economy, and hopefully a greater mixed economy moving forward, having those right skills present in the right way from a victim perspective. We're rolling out training as quickly as we possibly can, because some of it involves partner agencies that we need to be present in the room in order to be delivered. I'm content that glide path will be completed sort of round about the end of this year, but we already know we've got other training that we're going to have to bring into place around wider sexual offences. We've got some of the more qualitative stuff that I referred to around investigative mindset, investigation skills, and that's right across all police officers in Police Scotland and some of the civilian investigators that we've got. I suppose the challenge is, because my job's not to sugarcoat all this, is we've got to try and shoehorn all of this training in right against things that Conrad's just been talking about, that Katerina, you know, and we've got to prioritise sometimes. And for me, you would expect this to come from the portfolio holder. I see this as some of the most important training because it sits with a true victim-centred approach, trauma-informed. But the harsh realities are we're fighting for the same pot of the budget enabled to deliver training, and we're also fighting for the time and space to deliver the training, because my view is that this is best delivered face-to-face, so colleagues can ask questions, they can get into the qualitative parts of the training. So I'm pushing as hard as I possibly can, and the organisation is supporting me in getting the training. But you'll see across the broader training landscape, this is but one of many of the products that we're trying to get delivered to all the officers this year, and making sure that the continued professional development is there every year thereafter. Otherwise, we end up with the boom and bust. We train this part of the population, and those that come don't get it. So we are taking that approach right across the piece.
Okay, thanks for that. And I see that ACC Bond has raised her hand. Emma?
Thank you, Chair. And not to unnecessarily prolong things, but I suppose just to illustrate the point and hopefully provide some degree of assurance from a contact command and control perspective. Obviously, we recognise fully the importance of that first contact, and we know that quite often that victims can be put off by a fear of not being believed, particularly around or how actually they're dealt with, can have a direct bearing on potentially whether they stay or wish to continue through the justice system. So in terms of trying to ensure that we equip our staff colleagues, we have every staff member that we had at the time went through the Domestic Abuse Matters course that was run at the Police College here. That was a force-wide programme that was done. And within the 8-week training programme that any service advisor has to equip them, we have a full day dedicated to issues of domestic abuse, sexual offences, honour-based violence and human trafficking, to try and ensure that we have the awareness. And then as part of the ongoing upskilling, we have briefings via PowerPoint that can be accessed at any point in time by our service advisors and colleagues to equip. So it's not just the operational officers at the front line, as Steve has said. We recognise this at the start of the process right through until such times as we transfer matters across to the Crown Office. So it was just to provide that additional information in response to the question raised.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Emma. Thank you. Chris, is there anything you want to add or come back on?
No, no, thank you, Chair. Absolutely appreciate the answers and assurances given. And yes, you know, my question was predicated on a recognition that a lot of progress is being made. I understand the complexity in terms of resource and prioritisation that you talked about, and definitely in the context, Steve, you underlining the point about the importance of face-to-face training in this area and the additional challenge that presents. So thank you.
Can I just add perhaps one more thing that might give you the assurance, Christopher? Sorry, Chair. You know, some criticism over a couple of years, just the more recent years, around the DASA training and the rollout of the DASA training. That we were rolling out the DASA training, but we weren't necessarily seeing an increase in DASA offences. What we can now show is over the past 2 years, the DASA offences have grown, and as I said, as we sit here today, it's a further 560 offences. That's really key, because that comes on the back of training our officers around new powers, new responsibilities, and also from a victim perspective, it means we're intervening at an earlier stage in terms of that perpetrator and victimology piece. So there is some empirical evidence that would suggest that training is bearing some fruit.
Okay,
that's really helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for your patience.
Not at all.
Pass over to yourself now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Steve, for the report. It's very, very interesting, very important piece of work. You've stressed the important role that partners can play in not just training, but also supporting victims and supporting policy development. So I just wanted to check that you feel that you've got on board all of the important partners that you would want to have, that there isn't any sector that's not actively involved. And also, I suppose on the back of that, can I just check that education are fully engaged, given the very distressing increase in the number of sexual crimes against children? I think that would be very important to be clear on that.
I think we have through the victim task force, I would say, Mary, that there's a very good representation across that. Certainly in terms of my stakeholder engagement forum, I need to make sure that perhaps what I've got on a smaller scale is reflective of that wider victim task force, and it's currently not. It's good, but can be improved, and particularly, as you say, I think from the questions here, it's prompted me to have a look and see what representation we do have around education and care, particularly NHS and adult social care. So that's something that I can have a look at. What we are also usefully informed by is some really good research. So at the last victims task force, Dr. Una Brooks-Hay presented a report that was around the views of survivors and their experiences on sentencing in relation to rape and sexual harm, and that was predominantly focused on the courts process, but also a report that was a victim-centred approach to justice in Scotland, which is available on the Victims Task Force website. But that was a scoping and modelling project. It's a really, really good report that starts to talk about the importance of the wider system. I think Katerina talked about, and you're referring to this wider sense of responsibility that these are certainly not crimes where the total solution is a criminal justice one. Actually, if we are going to properly get into the prevent and the protect space, that is for other agencies to step forward. And that's one of the reasons we're looking at amending the Violence Against Women and Girls delivery plan into a 4 Ps approach, so that we can have absolute clarity around what is it that we're doing in that pursuit, that law enforcement space. What are we doing about protection, particularly in that offender management space? But importantly, are we really clear with our partners about what we expect from them in the whole violence against women and girls agenda? it's quite confusing landscape. The delivery plan was good, but of its day, and we're looking at aligning our delivery plan with the National Police Chiefs Council approach of the 4 Ps. I think that will provide the clarity, and it sits comfortably along things like the Serious Organised Crime Task Force, where we might rub into areas around human trafficking, online child sexual abuse, sextortion, and the wider offences that impact on women and girls in society. And that will bring different stakeholders in at different times, Mary. So my commitment is to go away and look and make sure we have got the membership, and where we haven't, I'll reach out and make sure we do.
Thank you. That would be useful, I think. And the report you mentioned, Steve, I think a few of us would appreciate maybe having a link to that report. It sounds very, very interesting. Yeah.
The victim-centred approach to justice.
Yes,
I'll share that with colleagues and make sure you can see that. It's really good.
It's so important. We really do commend the work that you're doing to ensure that you have a victim-centred focus and that you've trauma-informed as well. So all of that's very important, and I know that that's been the approach that you've taken to introducing all of the various strategies that you outline in the report, and that comes through quite clearly. But I wondered about how you explore the impact of the various approaches that you've outlined in the report, and how you evaluate these on an ongoing basis, because you're trying to always keep on top of this and be as cutting edge as possible.
I think the focus, if I'm absolutely honest, Mary, our focus is on probably getting the basics right, getting that absolute victim-centred and trauma-informed from the victim perspective. As I mentioned around the waterfall data, for me, that is an essential piece of work that we need to do, so that we are tracking right from calls for service all the way through to the convictions. One of the key voices that we do, though, is one, the stakeholders' voices on behalf of victims and survivors, and then the direct feedback that we get through the public engagement hub, and making sure that that victim-centred approach does follow right the way through the process. As I've said, at the moment, probably it's not where I would want it to be or where it needs to be, and that's the focus. Is we do see a tail off. The more stages in the police process, the less satisfied a victim or survivor feels. And as I've alluded to the fact, we probably have too many stages and too many handoff points of victims. So that's one of the areas that we're looking at through the Public Protection Development Review, around the work of safeguarding hubs, sharing information and making sure the right people are involved in the process at the right times. Again, we have all sorts of metrics about how many people we've referred to victim support, how many cases we present and all of that. I just think the waterfall approach brings it all into one coherent place. So it's taken us 18 months to get the Violence Against Women and Girls dashboard, which is great. We just now need to push that on and see how that then follows right the way through from the start of the process to the end. And I say that as in that's a view of the criminal justice system, of which we are part of that broader system that is around some of the behaviours and cultures within the wider society. And that for me is where we then get into the debates around the wider safer spaces. What are local authorities doing? What's education doing? What's health doing about the underreporting, etc., etc. But all part of some of the actions that already exist amongst violence against women and girls. I think what we'll do is try and get that into a shape where we can see it as one of the 4 Ps approach.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Very helpful.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Just picking up on that last point that Mary made, Steve, I think you've stressed you're getting the basics right. Commend the approach that's being taken, that work with partners, but you also stressed that there is a resource stroke finance constraints around everything that policing's involved in. So I just feel it is it's so important, the evaluation of the work you're doing to ensure that it's delivering to best effect, and you go on that continuous pathway. And as a performance committee, I think looking forward, that's what we would like to hear a little bit more about. What I would also like to do is commend the paper that you brought to us today, and also commend the answers that you've provided to the questions. I think that the insights that's enabled us to have today in areas that are usually covered in a higher level in the quarterly performance report, it's invaluable. It's absolutely invaluable. It really aids our understanding. It puts us in a far better place to advocate for policing going forward. And in an area such as this, I don't think any of us would overstate the importance of it. So a real appreciation for the paper and the response to the questions.
Chair, thank you. Can I just come back on one thing there, Chair, if I may, just take the opportunity. I know the depth wants to come in as well, but on that very point, my job in this portfolio is to make sure I've got the right people with the right skills dealing with the right parts of the processes within the system that we've got. I'm used to. I was an ex-head of public protection in a different force, and I'm very much used to a mixed economy landscape where my detectives and specialist interviewers were very much victim focused, obtaining the best evidence from victims, targeting perpetrators, and using the full extent of warranted powers. The mixed economy I talk about was I went from a unit that was 100% police officers to one that was probably about 25% police officers and 75% police staff, because the nature of safeguarding and wider public protection is about engaging with partners, sharing information, collective understanding of threat, risk and harm. And certainly for me, the conversation around the appropriate resources is the limited number of detectives I've got. I'd love to see them much more focused on that victim-centred, achieving best evidence and capturing that evidence and presenting it in investigations and reports to the fiscals that is the best they possibly can be. Because I think that then it identifies the perpetrators and enables us to focus the perpetrators and the perpetrators' behaviour and then manage them, because they'll have convictions that warrant their being managed. And I mention that because it's really, really challenging in a landscape where we're trying to create that fit, and yet sometimes the numbers and the roles and the involvement of police staff in what have been traditionally police officer roles, I don't think is as clearly understood as potentially I would like it from a public perspective background. And that is something that I think, I'd welcome a wider conversation on, because that workforce mix in public protection is a key enabler moving forward.
Okay, thanks for that, Steve. Deb Connors, you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate time, so I will be brief, and it does lead on to some of what Steve has said. Is in other forces they have a mixed economy of police officers who do the investigation and police staff who could do some of the safeguarding and some of the meetings and the research. So there are opportunities for us to look forward to how we do it. I think in terms of the wider organisation, violence against women and girls is one of our priorities. It sits in our control strategy. It is an organisational approach. Steve very much fronts the end of it. Emma mentioned about the training. So it's just to reiterate, it is in the business plan. Victims are very much part of the vision. So that whole piece of the organisation coming together. And what that does do is it forces the difficult discussions around where do the resources go in order to meet all of the demands that are coming in, but it sits in a priority area. So it's just to reiterate that to the board. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that and absolutely understand that it sits in a very high priority area for you. So thank you. Okay, moving on then to the next item in the agenda. We're moving on to partnership and community focus. 3.1, which is the public polling insights, and we have Martin Smith, the strategy and research lead from the SPA, to lead us through this paper.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to committee members and others who are on the call today. I'll assume, for purposes of brevity, that the detail within the paper and its appendices have been read beforehand, but if I can, I'll pick out a few of the sort of main points where the committee might want to focus its consideration and discussion this afternoon. So the paper in front of committee today, its primary focus is the January round of polling that was just recently conducted, which is the last of what have been 6 sweeps of polling data going back to 2022 on a 6-monthly basis. So we've reached a total sample of more than 15,000 people across those 3 years. I'll come on to the point about the contract later, but first of all, I'll go through the main points from the January round of polling. So in terms of trust and confidence in policing, our core questions, we have seen a slight dip in the January results compared to August, but those January results are in line with what we were getting in the previous waves prior to August of last year. And I'll just expand on that briefly. We did note in our paper to the committee in September last year that those August results, the sampling for those was taken at the time of the fairly widespread civil unrest that was taking place in early August across, not necessarily Scotland, but across the UK in response to the incident in Southport. And what we've seen in previous polling as well during the pandemic is at times of sort of national crisis like that, there can often be an expression of additional support or a sort of boost in support for the police and other emergency services as well. So rather than necessarily thinking that the January results we've just got are potentially sort of a negative blip, I think it's potentially the case that the August results last year are more of a sort of positive blip or upturn. So I don't think we should be concerned by the results that we've got on trust and confidence in January. Further in the paper, and we go on to the results from our thematic and topical questions. So we asked a series of questions on use of biometric information in policing and forensic contexts, particularly around the collection of that sort of information, but also its retention. We also asked people about their awareness and understanding of the role of the Scottish Police Authority, and also people's awareness of local scrutiny arrangements and local police plans. I'll take these in turn. So in terms of the biometrics questions that we asked, these were developed very closely in partnership with the Biometrics Commissioner, and the questions that we used mirror questions that the Commissioner asked about 4 or 5 years ago, albeit through a different underlying panel survey. I think a very clear message comes through in the data that we've got this time around here. Public's understanding of the reasons why police and forensics collect biometric information, either from persons or from crime scenes, is extremely strong. Public support for the retention of such biometric evidence is also really strong, with many, if not most actually, people supporting the indefinite retention, or at least very long-term retention of such information. And when we look at the 2021 data that was collected by the Biometrics Commissioner, we're seeing that there's actually been an upturn in understanding and support as well, quite small, but probably significant. We're going to do some more work with the Biometrics Commissioner's team going forward to look at how we can compare the two data sets and what sort of real trends that we can pull out of that work. And finally, on the biometrics piece, on topical notes, we asked the public about their support for the use by the police of facial recognition technology in public places to find people of interest or wanted by the police. And again, support very strong for its use there as well. I'll just turn to the questions on the police authority and local scrutiny. So as part of the authority's corporate strategies, its recent iterations of corporate strategy, we've had this ambition to raise public awareness of the role of an authority and the importance of the oversight and improvement of policing. And I think quite encouragingly, we've got more than half of people at least having some awareness or understanding of the Scottish Police Authority. And of those who haven't, there's quite a strong expression of interest in the work that we do. So I think that's very encouraging. Finally, we asked questions on local police plans and people's awareness of local scrutiny arrangements for policing. SPA has been working closely with the Scotland COSLA and the Improvement Service in recent years to try to improve the approach to local scrutiny of policing. So I think this question is quite relevant to the benchmark question to have asked. Disappointingly, awareness is really low around local police plans, slightly stronger in relation to awareness that local elected members routinely scrutinise police performance, but it's still very low in relation to awareness of local police plans. That could be that some people know the document but don't necessarily recognise it or don't refer to it as a local police plan and refer to it by a different name. But it is, I think, such a low figure that that's something that we need to take forward into the next planning cycle for local police departments. It's quite a serious point. And then just before I come to a close, in terms of the rest of the paper and the contents, particularly Appendix 2, as I mentioned at the start, we've come to the conclusion of our contract with the DIFI partnership that ceased after the January round of polling. So authority staff are now currently preparing to go into a new procurement exercise. We've reviewed the approach over the last 3 years. We've looked at the data and some of the observations that we've found, and I won't go into detail right now, but the paper does set out some of the areas under active consideration by the team here at SPA, and we are open to hearing committee members' views either today or at a slightly slower time after the meeting. But thank you, Chair. I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you, Martin, both for the paper and for drawing out some of the key areas and the highlights from the report that you've produced. So with that, can I open it out to members for any questions that they may have? Chris.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Martin. And you've drawn out the themes as the Chair has said, and particularly I wanted to just hone in on this issue around the relative lack of awareness around local police plans. In a previous part of my life, I've been an elected member and been involved in local consultative arrangements. So whilst these responses are disappointing, they're not altogether surprising necessarily. It can be perceived as quite niche, and people's understanding can be quite varied. But I just wonder what it suggests to us in terms of what more can be done, not just by Police Scotland, but I guess also by local authorities, by COSLA. There's definitely partnership working is really important here. What more can be done to raise people's awareness of the existence of local police plans and crucially how they can engage with them?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Chris. Martin, if you want to come in.
Yeah, I mean, this is very early sort of investigative research from us through public polling. If we were to ask the question, did you know that the police prioritise road safety in your local area, or they prioritise tackling organised crime in your local area, we'd probably get much higher answers. So some of the contents within the local police plans and extraction of some of the key points from them probably is greater awareness. But if you just ask that fairly abstract and prosaic question, do you know that there is a local police plan, you probably get the lowest answer you can possibly get. So I think we can probably do more in our next round of polling to at least get a better handle on the data. I'll probably look to other colleagues to come in terms of how we promote awareness potentially in the next planning cycle, which is next year, as we head towards that, the next iteration of the local police plans.
Okay, thanks for that, Martin. I don't know if colleagues from Police Scotland want to comment. I see you've got ACC Steve Johnston.
Chair, thank you. I just wanted to comment. I think this is an incredibly useful report from an operational policing perspective. I hold the portfolio lead for biometrics and the retention of biometric data. I suppose if I have a frustration, though, Chair, it's around our use of that data. And I think what this survey does is probably confirm a point and potentially and hopefully a direction of travel. One of the frustrations of colleagues is the capabilities that exist in other parts of law enforcement in the UK and in the world, and the use of biometric data. We have strong grip now on why we're retaining and how we retain the data, both in terms of DNA, in terms of fingerprints, and in terms of the photographs. There's a bit of work still to be done on that because of the digitisation. But then the use of that data in keeping people safe. So we've heard from a couple of people asking questions around my portfolio area. You've asked questions about missing persons and how we manage that. We hold an awful lot of images legitimately, and we have a statutory duty around Article 2 and creating or contributing to safer places. And for me, the use of technology can be a great enhancement in that. And it would appear from the survey that you've done that there's a quite a wide and improving public recognition of that. So I commend you for the questions that were asked around biometrics. It's really useful to see that step change of 72% up to sort of 70%, 77% wanting us to use technology that help us keep people safe from those that would seek to do harm. But also importantly, it's not mentioned in the report, but when we have missing people go missing, our Article 2 responsibilities and the number of resources that we have, we should be exploiting all means of finding those people and making sure they're taken to places of safety. So again, obliquely, I am making the case for us to use technology and biometric data with all the controls that I would want as the person who has biometric oversight. But surveys like this raise the profile, and it raises the wider public knowledge that there is generally a majority of people that want us to use this technology for the purpose that we do. And so I commend you for that, because it's really important that we help the public understand that our intent is wholly good. It's about keeping the community safe from people who would seek to do them harm and making sure we're protecting vulnerable people when they need us the most. So thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Steve. DCC Connors.
Thank you. It was to the original part of the question, which is around local policing plans. I'm more than happy to work with SPA colleagues, with our local links, with the divisional commanders, local area commanders, community teams. I think certainly there's something as we build those community teams that we can do to address that issue of people not having that knowledge necessarily about the local policing plans.
Okay, thank you. And Amanda, you want to come in and contribute to this?
Thanks, Chair. Just to follow on from DCC Connors, I think we've got a real opportunity through the work we've been doing with COSLA and the Improvement Service. We've got a refresh of our local scrutiny guidance coming, and there's an opportunity, I think, to think about the communication of that document and the communication of the local police plans as part of that. But the offer from DCC Connors is welcome, and we'll follow up on that.
Thanks for that. Are there any further questions from any members? No. You did pose the question about support for future polling, and I think through the questions and also the contribution from ACC Johnston, I think you're touching on some of those areas already. But I think this is an area, because the value of this, as has been stated, is really high. So I think it's actually worth having a separate session on it at some point, to make sure that we get it right and it feeds in the best way, the most impactful way to support the work done in Police Scotland. Okay. Thank you very much for that, Martin. Very much appreciated. Okay, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is 3.2, the COSLA update report. I believe Councillor Maureen Chalmers is unavailable today, but we have Leslie Webber, the policy manager from COSLA, who's going to speak to this report for us. So Leslie, if I could pass over to yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so Councillor Chalmers does send her apologies. She unfortunately had another engagement, but she did ask me to really extend her thanks for the ongoing partnership working and just to highlight how pleased she is with the engagement that's been going on between COSLA and Police Scotland and the Scottish Police Authority. She really recognises the challenges that are faced at the moment across policing and local government, and the need for ongoing collaborative working during this time. So actually just going back to Amanda's point there around the collaborative piece on that and what work we can do to also help raise awareness around the policing plans, anything that we can do to support with that, then we can look at helping out. You'll see from the update that there's been a lot of recent engagement between ourselves, and we want this to continue, and also that we're in the middle of redrafting the terms of reference for an engagement session that we hold, this for Police Scotland, SPA, for Solace and for COSLA, so that it is more strategic and also provides more robust governance for the partnership delivery plan that we have with Police Scotland and SPA. With regards to the budget, I think it probably goes without saying that the challenges that are currently faced in local government, similarly to that of policing, are quite significant at the moment. You'll see that whilst we saw an increase of over £1 billion in core and revenue funding, the actual reality, the translation of this is it's only an increase of 337 million in uncommitted funding. And that is to be used to address a number of pressures, such as inflation, pay, and increased demand for services, particularly adult social care. So actually the final allocation really falls quite short for the revenue and capital funding that we sought through our budget lobbying. So that sort of takes me on to the next update that we've provided around the manifesto work, is that we do have a lot to be raising awareness with Scottish Government as we move towards the 2026 elections around some of the challenges that are being faced in local government at the moment. And you'll likely be hearing more from us over the next couple of months as we start to consult on the manifesto, but ultimately we'll be setting out our key asks and actions to help strengthen local democracy, and to really think about what the priorities are for local areas. We maintain our position that a one size fits all approach for local government doesn't work, and that we will be seeking a new vision for localism, but we want to do that in conjunction and consultation with our partners, including yourselves. I added a quick update there on the prisoner release. I know that was an action at the start that was covered. You're all very familiar and have been involved with the prisoner release legislation. You'll know the final tranche began this week and is completing tomorrow. Feedback from all the partners this time round is that the release has been a lot smoother than the emergency release over the summer. There will be a wash-up session that will be held to look at any of the challenges that have arisen and draw out any of the lessons. It has placed an additional burden on local government in respect of housing, so we were able to secure some additional funding from the financial memorandum for the legislation in this instance. But we also need to have a look to see whether or not it's placed any pressures elsewhere. I think in the long term, it hasn't necessarily made a huge dent in the prison population, which continues to be incredibly high. So the other pieces of work that are kind of key in this area are the community justice strategy, which is still and continues to look at shifting the balance from custody to community. There's also now the newly established Scottish Sentencing Commission, which you'll be aware of now. Martin Evans is the chair of that, so we'll be wanting to engage with that as much as possible to think about what sentencing looks like in the future and how that can contribute to any potential reform. The last piece I wanted just to flag, and actually it's very relevant because there's been so many discussions today from the different papers around some of the threats that we're seeing at the moment to our communities in Scotland, is work that we've started doing around community cohesion and the threats to community cohesion. We're seeing through quite a large number of our policy areas that there is sort of growing and escalating threat to community cohesion, whether it's through serious organised crime, through terrorism offences, young people being charged with terrorism offences, increased radicalisation, huge surge in misinformation and disinformation that's leading to unrest, and an increase of hate-motivated crimes. We do have a lot of policies and strategies in place at the moment to address challenges and improve lives for victims and in communities, but we're really concerned about these potentially being destabilised by these threats and challenges. I think in particular, when thinking about misinformation and disinformation, a very live example of that for us right now is the uptick in violent threats to elected members, which we've seen quite a very, very large number of threats happening over the last couple of weeks following the announcements on council tax and other key policy announcements. So we're also aware of the increased number of young people, particularly in the last year, who've been charged with terrorism offences, and just the content that they're being exposed to online around radicalisation, of course, is very concerning, and also the content around misinformation and disinformation. So I think the First Minister mentioned it, and we've said it ourselves, is that we haven't seen the same overt threat necessarily as seen elsewhere across the UK and perhaps in other parts of the globe, but we know that we're not immune immune to it. So we're really keen to attend the summit that's been announced by the First Minister, which is taking place in April in response to polarising forces and looking at what the threats are to community cohesion. But what do we need? We in COSLA really want to think about strategically, what do we need to be doing to prepare for and respond to these threats to community cohesion? So I'm putting a paper to our convention, which is at the end of this month, and then bring something bigger to this committee later in the year once we've got more of a strategic idea of what we're going to be doing in this space. But the conversations today have actually been incredibly helpful, just for myself, just to pick up some of the information that's being shared. So any questions on any of the items?
Yeah. First of all, Leslie, thank you for the paper and thank you for bringing it to life by introducing it in the manner in which you have. So can I open it up for questions? Chris.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much for the introduction, Leslie. That's really helpful. I mean, obviously you'll know, having heard the meeting today, we've talked a lot about whole system approach, and obviously it has an inherent value in itself in terms of the efficacy of policy delivery, but of course it's particularly important in the context of fiscal challenge, operating in a landscape of financial challenge. So I guess that raises the question of how far local planning arrangements with partners can be kind of utilised to the full to actually mitigate the unintended consequences of meeting those financial challenges, if that makes sense.
It absolutely does, and I think perhaps a live example of that at the moment is the pressures that are being faced across local government and policing around estates and around around assets and the potential for shared assets. We do now have the shared asset principles document that we created together, but we also recognise that there may be strategic issues from that we need to bring to a strategic forum, such as the group that we have with COSLA, Police Scotland, SPA and Solace, around whether or not we need to troubleshoot any issues that come up from that, because for local authorities it's very much a local decision rather than a COSLA decision. But there could be matters that arise from trying to drive forward those solutions that actually we need to look at from a more strategic perspective, because we're absolutely in agreement with you that these challenges, we're all facing the same challenges in the public sector, and we do need to have that whole systems view around how we can try to troubleshoot and tackle those issues. So just going back to the point that the local authorities are independent in that respect, but if there are strategic matters that arise from that, then COSLA will definitely step into the fold in that respect.
Chris?
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. And I think, yeah, that sort of sense of what could be done to unblock is obviously really critical to this. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Mary, you'd like to come in with the question?
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, and thank you for that presentation, Leslie. Very interesting. And you heard the previous discussion about public awareness and community awareness and engagement. I just wondered if there was anything that COSLA could be doing more. You know, I know we're already doing a lot, but was there anything more you could be doing in relation to supporting local scrutiny panels to make the public more aware of the local policing plans and the work that's done jointly to take these forward?
So we don't get directly involved in the local scrutiny plans. We do have our Police Scrutiny Conveners Forum where we can raise awareness. We also have our board where we can raise awareness, and we can think with other local authority leads, for example, our community justice partnerships, around how we might be able to support in that space. So there's, whilst we wouldn't, like I say, be directly involved in local scrutiny plans, we can look at other mechanisms where we can actually support with building an understanding, raising awareness, and directing the right people to that information, whether it's through the elected officials or through like specific officer groups like the Community Justice Partnerships, for example.
Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, I see you've got your hand up. Oh, legacy hand, no problems. Any final questions then for Leslie? No. Thanks very much, Leslie. You know, we really value COSLA's contribution to this, and it's become a phrase that's been used often today. But you know, that whole system approach and COSLA being a part of that whole system, it's invaluable. You know, to ensure the safety and well-being of people across Scotland. So, thank you for that today. Okay, move on to the next item on the agenda. And I already see Angela Wood on my screen. So we're on to 4.1, which is HMICS Improvement Plans Progress Summary. And we have Angela Wood, Head of Policy, Audit and Risk Assurance. So Angela, over to yourself.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. The report that's been presented to this committee is to provide an overview of progress against selected improvement plans developed to address the HMICS recommendations. Given the scale of the activity and the impact against the 25 publications, the paper represents a very brief summary of the recommendations closed within the period and a sample of open and ongoing recommendations. However, I will draw out some of the key messages. In terms of impact, risk and alignment to priorities, the recommendations are all designed to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of Police Scotland and thereby enhance service delivery and outcomes for the public, whilst promoting an enhanced wellbeing for officers and staff. As you'll be aware, the publications cover a wide variety of topics, and due to the sheer volume, the summaries contained within the report can only include a very brief outline of the ongoing work and/or the outcome. And we have attempted to capture how they align to the wider improvement, data compliance, and/or the existing priorities, although it must be appreciated that each entry is obviously extremely abbreviated. In terms of the 14 closed recommendations, in terms and lined with the publications, with the events publication, we have introduced improved methods of assessing impact of events. Within hate crime, we have maximised opportunities to engage with communities and minority groups and through shared learning and collaboration. Within domestic abuse, we are continuing to promote third-party reporting through existing established collaborations and advocacy services within communities and introduce consistency within victim safety planning process and recording of safety plans. Within workforce planning, we've expanded our data science capability through recruitment. Within mental health demand, we've conducted a training needs analysis for all public-facing roles and have implemented a comprehensive range of governance and oversight measures. And with custody, we have continued to make improvements and identify themes through the provision of training, such as the administration of medication accessibility, maintenance of equipment, environmental standards, defining of roles and responsibilities, and how facilities are assessed by custody staff and by local policing. In terms of the open recommendation and prioritisation, senior responsible officers from each business area are responsible for ensuring improvements are prioritised within their respective areas of ownership, meaning work can progress concurrently and independently across all areas without the need for prioritisation between work streams. In terms of comment on our timescales and pace of progress, it is worthy of note that many of the recommendations require complex organisational level and systemic and cultural change in order to be completely addressed, often dependent on the capability and capacity of multiple enabling internal and external stakeholders, and this is often beyond the assigned ownership. In addition, the standard of closure is high and evidence of positive change is required before closure. And again, this report can only provide a snapshot of the work that's undertaken and that work that's being progressed. But I'm happy to take any additional questions on the report.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And you know, absolutely, we appreciate that snapshots and abbreviation is key to delivering a report of this complexity. You know, and with the number of recommendations that you're dealing with. Can I just ask a question here around how do you ensure that all of these different recommendations are appropriately captured and actioned within the annual policing plan, within the 3-year business plan, and then feeding up towards the 2030 vision that Police Scotland has, because it is all about that improvement journey, as you highlighted and introducing the paper.
So all of our recommendations are managed within our 4-action system, and within that system we have actually made the connection and made the kind of mapping process of aligning each to whatever is appropriate in terms of how it delivers or supports those kind of wider dependencies and delivery of the business plan, etc. So that analysis is taking place at point of recommendations being made and improvement plans being developed. So a lot of the themes in terms of dependencies of the bigger transformational work is actually captured in our system when we make those connections.
Okay, that's helpful to understand that bigger picture. DCC Connors, I see you've raised your hand.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. It's just to support the work that Angela has done and actually links into your question in terms of there's often the wider cultural, a recommendation can be a small snapshot and the wording very narrow, but often the wider cultural and other impacts that we need to consider does get mapped into the vision, does get mapped into the business plan. And it's also the fact that kind of positive change is required by the HMICS in order for the recommendations to be closed, and we absolutely value the work of the HMICS. They highlight things to us, the scrutiny is really important, but our ability to then track the recommendations but close them is often dependent on the actual positive change that gets seen. So sometimes that's why you'll see a large time lag, because as Angela has said, it links to the cultural and the broader aspects that we're trying to manage at the same time. Thank you.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. Before I open it up, to wider members, can I just ask one final question? And this is really as an example. In relation to the close recommendations that are detailed in the tables from pages 3 through to pages 9, the domestic abuse recommendation 2 on page 4, notes that the expansion of third-party reporting sites with the community settings is not viewed as a preferred option by Police Scotland, and instead they continue to maintain strong links with established partner agencies. So you've given due consideration to the recommendation, and you think there's a better or a different way to achieve the intended outcome. How does that work in terms of your relationship with HMICS? How does that conversation develop, and then is there an agreement reached on how it's been addressed, albeit in a different way?
I mean, I can't speak directly to that recommendation because I think that would be only fair to offer that to the business area. But in terms of our relationship with HMICS, we do have an exceptional relationship in terms of our ability to discuss recommendations and work with them to understand the rationales behind them and the root cause for why they have actually been given to us as an organisation. So those conversations take place. HMICS meet with the business areas along with my audit management team, and those conversations evolve as work takes place in terms of the best way in which we can actually assess the risk that is to the organisation and to the public and how we can best go about addressing it. So in terms of a general relationship, there's lots of round the table discussions as to how we approach certain recommendations, but for that one in particular, I wouldn't be able to give you a more detailed response.
No, it was as an example, so I appreciate the response that you've given. DCC Connors, you wish to come in on this?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's as Angela said, and in relation to the specific one, there's a really clear rationale as to why we would want to derogate and move away from a recommendation around our support for victims, the specialist care from the very first moment in time that somebody would report on some of those things. So I think for us, if we've had a recommendation, there are discussions, as Angela has said, but we would have to provide a solid rationale and evidence base for why we feel that recommendation wasn't appropriate, because recommendations at a moment in time, and as things evolve, it may well be that we have a different view, but it has to be evidence-based for us to provide a rationale to HMICS.
Yeah, no, that's understood. Appreciate that. I'm not sure, do any members have any further questions on this update? I'll see that. Mary has a question, and then Chris Cregan. Mary. You're on mute, Mary.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're good now. You're good now.
Thank you. It's also a question about the closure of the domestic abuse recommendations. This one, number 6, and it talks about the new template being stored within the IVPD with additional guidance will provide consistent standards, blah, blah. I just wondered if you could say how it will be used to develop and deliver a service based on individual needs, how that new pro forma, new template will help with that.
I'm sorry, Mary, I wouldn't be able to give that level of detailed answer. Obviously, my role is around about that kind of structure and recommendation. Unless there's somebody from that particular business area, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the detail for that, but I'm happy to take it off table and provide a response.
Yeah.
I think DCC Connors wishes to on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I'll pass to Steve if necessary, if he wants to bring anything in. So this is about people being able to look and then produce a victim plan. What does the victim need? What are the circumstances? And then how does that get passed on? Steve's already spoken about the different points of handoff that come in, which is something that we're trying to manage. But rather than just having a kind of blanket, this is enabling the different training and the different elements to come in. So when people are in contact, they can think about what that individual needs and therefore how can we put that together. But I would invite Steve if you want to add some more detail, but that's a very broad headline, Mary, on how that changes things.
That's very helpful. I think it just closes the circle that we've been talking about in relation to 2 or 3 of the reports today. So thank you very much. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Chris.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much, Angela. It's a very helpful report, and I'm aware that there have been developments over time in terms of the format of the report. As it's interested to, I'm looking at page 9 and the section on open recommendations. I'm just a couple of points around how the sample of recommendations are selected. I appreciate everything you said about the snapshots and about the breadth and the depth of this, but how that selection takes place in the context of this report. And also we have there the initial target dates, but we don't necessarily have the revised target dates, and whether or not that it would be helpful to have that information in the report in future.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Angela?
We're happy to provide those revised target dates. I think we just work with the business areas, and as we've mentioned previously, a lot of the recommendations often depend on bigger transformational work, and those timelines can roll in terms of how those are being implemented across the service, and we're happy to give that kind of context around about any of those stretched timelines. But we do work with the business areas quite closely to develop that, but I'm happy if that's something you'd like to see in the report, we're happy to be able to provide that.
Thanks. I do think that'll be helpful. I appreciate the context in which you're answering and how these things can shift and so on, but I do think it'll be helpful.
DCC Connors, Jane.
Thank you. Again, conscious of time, very quickly, we're trying to improve the business owners, especially the cross-cutting wider recommendations. You know, our colleagues who need to hold us to account, you know, can sometimes end up having to speak to 2 or 3 different people. So making sure that we have accountability, who owns it, who's responsible for it, is something that we're working really hard on in order to support our colleagues who do the audits, but also HMICS, so they can see the traction that's gained.
Okay, Chris, your hand's still up. I don't know if you're finished.
Yeah, Chair, if it's okay, I just had a couple of other brief questions.
Yeah, of course.
So just, I guess, and this is about delivery dates, so both in relation to recommendation 13 on page, sorry, I'm working from screens as well, my notes, recommendation 13 on page 13, and also the recommendation on the contact assessment model and whether or not there was information in relation to both of those on updates in terms of delivery. In one case, in the contact assessment model, that the target date was May 23, and recommendation 13, the date was December 24. Yeah, is there any more information on delivery in those, in the case of those recommendations? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So slippage there and insight and understanding as to why and what's happening now.
In terms of both recommendations, as previously noted, we are open and transparent in relation to maybe the previous dates that were set and whether we're working towards that. And often we do need to work closely with business areas to understand how complex these become, and often the recommendations from the initial outset, they believe they can maybe do them within a certain time frame, but as it progresses and work commences, then these delays tend to come in just by the chance they've maybe underestimated the amount of work that it's taken to actually deliver. And often these recommendations are done alongside BAU, and extra resources aren't often provided for business areas to deliver on these recommendations, and often there's disruptions that are maybe unforeseen at the initial stages. And apologies, I didn't answer the first half of your first question to me, which was round about how do we choose the recommendations. What we try to do is cover all publications over the 6-month period in terms of our reporting to this board. So we try to not do them all at every event. So sorry, I didn't pick up on that previous comment.
No, indeed. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Angela. Deb Connors, you wish to come in?
Yeah, thank you. I think in those particular 2 recommendations, they're actually recommendations that feature in our much wider change programme. So the Public Protection Development programme, which I think there is an update. I've seen a paper that's due to come through. It works now with SDR, and certainly the CAN model is very much part of our public digital contact and how we're doing those elements around it as well. So whilst the recommendations are still outstanding in terms of timelines and it looks like it's slipped, it actually features much more widely in the bigger change programmes that we've got on. So those 2 in particular, that is why you will have seen them still ongoing.
Thank you for that. Any final questions on this paper? No? It's a really useful paper. The assurances that we're looking at here are that the wider impact of delivery of these is understood, and I think through both the paper and the presentation and the answers to the questions that's clearly recognised. And how it's all escalated, and how the improvement activity is considered as part of the overall delivery plan. I think you've just touched on that, Jane. And how it's aligned to the annual policing plan, the 3-year business plan, and the wider commitments that you've got. So I think that's been really helpful, and it's important that we continue to monitor the progress on this as we go forward. Okay, excuse me. Okay, ready to move on to the next one. I see that Jerry's joined us. So, Jerry, it's over to yourself for item 4.2, which is the National Crime Agency update, which you're going to deliver to us verbally here today.
Thanks, Chair, and hopefully I'm joined by Detective Chief Superintendent Dave Ferry, who I think is also on the call. But firstly to yourself, Chair, I know there's been some discussions over the last week or 2, so thank you very much for allowing me to provide a verbal update to the group today, with an assurance that any of the data points that I'll touch on today will form part of the commissioning report for the end of year, which should be with you for the full board meeting in May. I think the other points I'd like to say when I'm speaking to the Q3 October through to December performance data is that it's not only NCA performance data, but it's very much delivered in conjunction with a number of partners, in particular Police Scotland, and through our collaborations with the Organised Crime Partnership. And I'm pleased to update the group as well that in recent months that collaboration has been augmented by representation from Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs, and also I think importantly the Civil Recovery Unit to look at civil opportunities and expedite some matters around about the SOC threat, the serious and organised crime threat, as it prevails within Scotland. So not just simply looking to exhaust criminal justice outcomes, and truly a collaborative model towards that. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I thought I might just touch off with a couple of points that may be of interest to the group as well, before I get to some of the data points. Just in the last couple of weeks, late February, the National Crime Agency published the National Strategic Assessment for 2025, very much the flagship document, if you will, in terms of strategic analysis of the organised crime threat to the United Kingdom. At this moment in time, it's published at Official Sensitive, but there will be a public-facing document that follows, so policing colleagues and limited circulation around the UK at this moment in time. It's a very comprehensive document with an executive summary. I wouldn't propose to go through all of it, but a couple of points that I will bring out which may be relevant to just some of the performance and data points. It makes a number of observations, but 3 of them I thought were useful. That the drug threat has intensified with increases in cocaine, ketamine entering the UK, along with a rising prevalence of synthetic opioids, which obviously and sadly is very pertinent and relevant to some of the priorities that we see within policing and law enforcement within Scotland. The second point was that serious cybercrime continues at a high level, with offenders adapting to disruptions by decentralising their ransomware operations. So the global nature of that and the use of technologies making that ever more difficult, I think, is broadly what that is telling us. And then the third point I just wanted to pull through was that, again, sadly, the child sexual abuse threat has grown, and it's driven by offenders exploiting technologies such as encryption and generative artificial intelligence. So again, often sometimes referred to as the tech deficit and the agility of organised crime to utilise new technologies in different and more diverse ways makes it just as challenging as it's ever been for law enforcement to tackle that threat. Just on that final point of the child abuse piece, it's very much in tune with some of the media reporting this week. You'll have seen with the introduction of the Online Safety Act and the onus on social media providers, and a list of offences or potential offences that will be regulated by Ofcom and a codes of conduct. So we, as a national agency, we welcome that. It's something we've lobbied for. What that looks like in terms of the change in the threat and the demand and flow through of referrals from our international partners through the gateway services that the National Crime Agency provides, and ultimately disseminations to police forces like Police Scotland will take some time, I think, to work its way through the system. But we would all hope, perhaps not with a great deal of confidence, but we'd all hope that we'd certainly see a reduction in some of those areas. Onto the performance points. So I'm going to give you some data points for Q3, which is October through to December. And as I say, the final report for the year for the biannual reporting is being commissioned as we speak. I'll try and, it is quite data rich, shall we say, but I'll try and pull out what I think are some of the strategic and tactical observations through that, Chair, if I may. The key findings within this period, there are 4 or 5 of these, so that there's been an increase in total disruptions for this period from 101 compared to the same period last financial year, which was 78, and that's for lead and support disruptions. That's positive, but there's some context that sits behind that, and I'll explain that as I go through some of the updates, if I may. Again, that's supported by, we're seeing quite a significant increase within those disruptions in categorisation. You'll perhaps recall from speaking before that we categorise these as minor, major and moderate, and obviously we're aiming for the major ones. We're seeing more moderate disruptions and activity, and we think that's principally borne out of some of the matters that are transiting through our international airports, which I'll touch on in a second. Of all those disruptions, we are seeing a categorisation within that of about 38% of those disruptions are around about drugs and 16% around about illicit finance. Those are the largest proportions within this reporting period. So that will principally be organised crime, distributing, manufacturing drugs on our streets, and also the money laundering and illicit finance and cash movements around about the country. Within that reporting period, we recovered 380 kilograms of drugs. Curiously, that was just about 11% below what is the quarterly average for the last couple of years, but that figure very much ebbs and flows and depends on the operational cycle, if you will. But encouragingly, cash seizures were up by 11.8% on a 2-year average, and we recovered just over 141,000 within that period. and notably there were 2 major disruptions. So along with Police Scotland, we are trying to be more targeted, more precision, and look at those that we would categorise as causing the greatest harm. So we look at that high end of high harm and looking to have the greatest impact we can. So encouragingly 2 major disruptions within that quarter of reporting, and I'll detail some of them a little bit later on if I may. So I've said that the moderate disruptions were the kind of mainstay within that quarter. 50% of all disruptions were in the moderate category compared to 36 last year. So while I've always been trying to say to you that we're aiming as high as we possibly can, we've been slightly disrupted and to some degree distracted by what's transiting through our international airports. I think you perhaps heard me talk about this before, but this is the presentation of international air passengers carrying herbal cannabis through our international airports. So within that last quarter, the number of detections increased by 11, and that's reflected nationally, not just within Scottish airports, but across the UK. We have done some media, some prevention strategies at a national level. We've been very conscious, trying not to regionalise that so as not to displace the issue, but try and inform passengers who may be travelling to particular parts of the world of the risk they pose to themselves, their families, and the fact that while it might be illegal in certain parts of the world, it's certainly illegal to enter the UK in possession of them. So if I can give you some figures, at the start of this financial year, Q1, I think updated the group. At that time, we had 21 air couriers had been arrested with herbal cannabis, and we'd recovered around about 479 kilograms of that particular drug. We've seen that was a marked increase, in the previous year, 2023, when for the whole year there was only 3 arrests and 70 kilos. So it's a slightly new phenomena that's originated in the North Americas, where there's been a legalisation of herbal cannabis, and in particularly Southeast Asia and Thailand, where they decriminalised in 2022, and it's broadly been described as an unregulated market, albeit the new government is looking to push through legislation in relation to that. So we have seen most of the flights coming from North America. They have dropped off, and now predominantly most of the detections are from Thailand and Malaysia. Of all the people detected, so within this financial year, year to date, we've had 41 referrals, and we've recovered just over 1.2 tonnes in herbal cannabis. So it really is a spike in activity over the last couple of years, and I'll in a second explain some of the mitigations responses that we've put in place to that. We're seeing these people come through Scottish airports, principally the Central Belt, Edinburgh in particular, just because of the routing, closely followed by Glasgow and a couple of others. 60% of those individuals that we detect and arrest will be UK nationals, so predominantly UK nationals, but often not residing in Scotland, choosing to fly into Scotland and then onward road transport or rail transport to England. So we're seeing quite a lot of the people not necessarily resident in Scotland. As I say, we did a national media campaign back in August of last year. I'm very mindful that we didn't want to necessarily do it in a regional space, but there's been quite a lot of court reporting, and I think there's been quite a lot of mainstream media coverage in Scotland in any case around about that. Our main focus at this moment in time is with international partners. So this isn't quite in the public domain, so I wouldn't want to get into too much detail, but I've talked about that point of departure, principally being Thailand. So we're doing a lot of work with the Thai authorities, principally around about information and awareness raising for those UK nationals who may be in Thailand looking to return to the UK to whatever point of entry, and also trying to put some operational matters in place that might well assist that. I think that we'll report in due course and about what they think the success of that has been, or what our wider assessment of that has been, but we are trying to take steps towards it. It was quite successful in the North Americas, and we're now looking to see if we can have a similar success in the other parts of the world. I was going to touch a little bit on the disruptions and how they impact in Scotland. Again, it's quite a lot of data here, but I think the key things are that overall drug disruptions are already the highest threat category for all NCA disruptions against organised crime in Scotland, and they've more than doubled since Q3 in the last financial year. That's consistent with the trend overall that we're seeing across the UK, but it is more pronounced within Scotland. I think there's a number of reasons for that. I think traditionally organised crime groups, certainly across the Central Belt, have been more minded to be involved in drug trafficking, drug distribution, but we are generally seeing an increase in that. And the introduction of synthetic drugs is a factor that's closely being considered around about that. We have had some operational responses. I said to you there have been 2 major disruptions. I just thought I'd touch and give you a flavour of what they would be. They had been, Chair. So I think this one is pretty well trailed. It was the Operation Pepperoni, some very high-profile criminals who were arrested and sentenced in Scottish courts. But principally what we think we did do there was dismantled a Scottish drug smuggling organised crime group who were making use of the EncroChat secure messaging platform, and we led on that as a national agency through an operation that we referred to as Venetic, and again I think that's been pretty well rehearsed. If you remember that group, I'm not going to name the principal on this call, but were alleged and convicted to have imported over a tonne of cocaine, but perhaps more particularly for the Scottish market through commercial premises in Kent, where in the process of manufacturing, and we recovered over 28 million benzodiazepine tablets that were undoubtedly destined for the Scottish domestic market. Collectively, that group were sentenced to 36 years in prison within Q3 and late in the year, albeit I know it's been trailed for quite some time. And you perhaps read as well that the principal received 20 years, albeit that was adjusted on appeal in terms of the sentencing. As well as hopefully the public confidence assurance about that particular group and their activities, that was a very important case because it was what was referred to as the lead case in terms of defence teams challenging the legitimacy and competency of the EncroChat material being led in evidence and the authorities by which the UK and principally the NCA had brought that material into the UK from international partners. So while we've seen quite a lot of guilty pleas, there were a number of cases that were waiting and watching with interest to see the various challenges within that case. So securing that conviction was hugely important, I would say, from a Scottish criminal justice perspective. And then the second major disruption, which still has an operational aspect to it, so I won't go into too much detail, but was just a couple of days before Christmas, December 24, in the north side of Glasgow, when we recovered several million tablets, and we also at the same time identified a commercial premises in another part of the city, which we think was the point of manufacture. And again, we'll all understand the harms that poses on our streets. So that investigation is ongoing. I won't say too much about that. Just a couple of final points on the disruptions and the types of disruptions, if I may. Within the reporting period, the NCA has recovered 89 kilograms of synthetic substances which were either recovered within Scotland or destined for Scotland. Not necessarily a huge amount, but what we do know is that these synthetic substances are often a lot stronger and a lot easier adulterated into much larger amounts. But what's notable about that is that's the largest ever amount we've recovered within a quarter, and far exceeds the previous amount of 10 kilograms within a quarter that was destined for Scotland. So it is something that we are very mindful of. Just on that, and again, describing somewhat the tactical strategic response. So since 2023, the National Crime Agency has been running a project called Project House Builder, which is in the public domain, which looks at the threat of synthetic drugs, and in particular synthetic opioids. So you'll sometimes have heard the term nitazines. There's others like xylazines and the likes, often used to fortify heroin on the streets because of the situation in Afghanistan. So often when there is analysis, we will find that not only is there diamorphine, but there's nitazene within that drug deal, if you will, as well as making its way into the pill manufacture. And indeed, that recovery that I talked about from a few days before Christmas in December 24 had the presence of nitazenes within some of them. So I think the harm from nitazene is very well understood, but it's that synthetic piece and tapping into other export markets where you can bring in very small quantities and through adulteration turn them into huge profits, regardless of the harms that it's causing to communities or the individuals within our communities. Chair, I'll probably pause there and see if there's anything else that Dave wants to come in, but in summary, I think what we've seen within the last quarter, and actually the last few quarters of this financial year, has been that spike and continued increase in detections at our international airports, principally from the herbal cannabis detections from Thailand, and it's slightly skewing the figures, if you will, but we are very much still on track and on mission, I would suggest, to look at the highest harm and make sure that we're targeting the right areas and about that. We're having to review capacity, but it's not having a bearing on that at this moment in time. And just to give an assurance to this group that in terms of policing priorities within Scotland, there are a number of them and a range within them, but certainly the drugs, harms and the synthetics is something that we are very focused on, and as a mainstay through a lot of our operational activity at this moment in time with partners like Police Scotland. And I'll see if Dave wants to come in with anything else. Thanks, Chair. Or if there's any questions.
Thanks very much, Jerry, and apologies to Dave. I omitted to introduce you at the beginning. So Detective Chief Superintendent Dave Ferry, who leads organised crime and counter-terrorism within Police Scotland. So Dave, I don't know if you've got anything that you want to add to the points that Jerry has highlighted for us.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and afternoon, members. And Jerry's provided a very comprehensive overview of activity. The only things I would probably pick out, very Scotland specific, is, so he mentioned the routes of herbal cannabis coming into the UK. Jerry covered that. It is a significant impact on policing. There are lots of drugs coming into, it is predominantly Edinburgh Airport, that Southeast Asian route. I mean, only today another male was arrested carrying a substantial amount. He'd originated in Southeast Asia, it comes through. So whilst that's a detection here, actually it's what we can do upstream and in that country and how we can impact that, because detecting it here is all very well, but it's how do we influence activities over, and we really rely on in-country liaison, in-country successes through the NCA. So we heavily rely on that, and Jerry covered some of that. So that's what we're trying to get more upstream in terms of how do we quell that coming through a country that's actually got legalised cannabis, but actually it's illegal here. So those connections are really key, and we do heavily rely on the NCA for their liaison and impact in country. The only other things I'd like to mention is the fact that in January, along with Jerry and myself, we supported members of the Police Scotland Force Executive with meeting at Spring Gardens with senior NCA personnel. The purpose of that is looking at further opportunities, how we enhance that working in support of each other and in support of our wider law enforcement partners. Particularly, and a focus for that particular meeting was around about the fraud and cyber unit that we're setting up within Police Scotland, and in that upstream space and the AI space, how we can better use our own specialisms and technical capabilities and really reach into the NCA and look at their state-of-the-art experiences in that, and how we can tap into that to make sure that our new fraud and cyber unit is absolutely at the cutting edge of where we need it to be to really impact on some of the threats that we see coming here into Scotland. That's going to continue into another quarterly meeting just to make sure that we continue that impetus around about how do we set ourselves best up for success as we move forward. On a more strategic level, and I'll just very briefly touch on it, the Home Secretary recently wrote to the Chief Constable as she set out the NCA's priorities for 25-26, so very much in draft at the minute. We did feedback from Police Scotland fully in support of them, and actually how we can feed in from a national perspective in Scotland to really augment some of those priorities. So no doubt at the next performance meeting, you'll get a bit more meat on the bones round about that, but obviously they're in draft at the moment. But we have contributed to that in terms of how that would fit into where we see our priorities moving forward in the SOC space. Beyond that, Chair, no. Other than that, happy to take any questions on anything that myself or Jerry have said there. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that, Dave. Appreciate the presentation as well from you, Jerry. A lot of detail, and it's a verbal update. I know we're in transition at the moment in terms of a written report. But if I can open it up to members to see if they have any questions at this stage. No questions at this stage. Appreciate the insights, that focus on high harm. I think you've illustrated to us, one, the effectiveness of the work you do, but two, the size of the challenge, and the evolving nature of the challenge. And that focus on high harm, I think we've touched on quite a bit of it earlier in today's agenda, particularly around the problem we have with drugs here in Scotland, and I know it's worldwide. But how do we improve the situation? And part of it is disrupting the supply, as you've highlighted. So really appreciate that. But I see that ACC Steve Johnston's raised his hand. Steve, do you want to come in?
Thanks, Chair. It was really just to make an observation, probably in support of Jerry and Dave. And one of the pieces of work that we've got as a wider specialist crime division is being able to explain the impact at a local level. Yeah. Often we talk about the national divisions as almost describing them as providing this additional service, as though it sits there at this national level. Absolutely everything that Dave and Jerry do touches down on a footprint somewhere in a postcode in Scotland, whether that's the citizens of Scotland or whether it's actually the physical locations where crimes are taking place. So one of the pieces of the work that Dave and Stuart Houston and myself will be picking up on behalf of the whole of the SCDs is how we explain that contribution. Because I think there's a danger that within the narrative around community policing, that the contributions by the national divisions and the specialist crime divisions is somehow lost. And this is focused by the nature of the resources and the skills and the specialisms we bring. But I would want to make that observation that it is very, very local. Where it touches down, that's where the real harm is felt. But the specialist resources that we need do have to be brigaded slightly differently. So just make that point really for clarity and in support of the work that Jerry and Dave do on our behalf.
That's very, very helpful. Thanks for that, Steve. Okay. It's the challenges of working from home. That's my telephone. Please ignore it. Okay, so if there's no final questions, just thank Jerry and Dave, and we look forward to future reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we move on to today's final paper, which is around the review of committee effectiveness. And we have Vanessa Ewing-Blair, the Head of Strategic Business Management at the SPA, who's going to lead us through this.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to briefly summarise and provide some context to inform your discussion today. So the committee effectiveness process is an important element of the authority's commitment to continuous improvement. All of our committees undertake this self-assessment process and they consider how they are performing against their terms of reference. The feedback in turn informs committees and member development, as well as the priorities and work plans for the committees. And it also informs the Certificate of Assurance process, which each committee is required to submit to the Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee as part of the annual review, reporting and accounts process. So you'll note from the paper that we have enhanced this year's process. We've invited the stakeholders, who are all listed at paragraph 1.2, to offer their assessment and views. Overall, the results from members of the committee are positive, with some areas for improvement identified which relate to the reporting to the committee, committee priorities and the progress of work. In terms of stakeholders, we received 3 responses to the overall survey, all of whom commented on the Policing Performance Committee. Feedback does suggest that there's more work to be done to ensure visibility and understanding of the committee's priorities and its alignment with its work plan. And while all stakeholders felt that the meetings were effectively managed, one stakeholder did feel that the papers were not circulated and or published with enough time to consider, and they were unsure about whether it was clear what the committee was being asked to do. We also had one stakeholder who said demand from the committee is high. The rationale for papers can be unclear and results in a lack of clarity around decisions or the committee's position. And we had 2 stakeholders who said they were unsure about how effective the committee was in supporting policing. So, Chair, the committee has been asked today just to discuss the report, the results, the suggested areas for improvement, and to confirm whether or not you're satisfied that the committee has discharged its terms of reference for the 24-25 period to date. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, does anybody have any questions at this point for Vanessa? No. First, before I open it up for discussion, the first point that I would make is, you know, we really take it seriously. We need to continually improve the effectiveness of our committees, and obviously chairing policing performance. I have a particular focus on that. I think it's added real value, the fact that we've got comments from stakeholders this year. And for me, making sure that we have that strategic alignment, making sure that the papers provide insight into and understanding into that alignment are really important. And I think from those we can pick up that we manage our business that is aligned to the delivery of Vision 2030, and we become more effective in following up and managing the progress for the commitments that are made by Police Scotland. And we have a workshop, I think it's in April, maybe May, where we can certainly speak to all of these points and work out an effective way forward. So that's my initial thoughts, but I don't know if colleagues have got anything they want to add to this. Chris.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Vanessa. And obviously, as you say, Chair, it is something that we can come back to at our workshop. I guess it's really helpful to hear from Vanessa in terms of that stakeholder feedback. Yeah. And I think one of the things that we'll want to consider when we look at this at the workshop will be how we ensure that our own self-assessment as members aligns with that of stakeholders, because that's obviously really important in terms of committee effectiveness and overall evaluation of committee effectiveness. We've talked a lot today, as you said, Chair, about whole system approach. I guess that applies to the whole ecosystem here. So I think that alignment, do others see us as we see ourselves, is obviously something that would be important to consider.
Yeah, I think that's an extremely important point you've just made there, Chris. And what I would say as well is, I really welcome, that we're now getting, some feedback from stakeholders. But any stakeholders that want to discuss any of these points, then I would be more than happy, as I'm sure other committee members would be, to pick up with them, so that collectively we can take this forward in a positive manner. Any other questions or points anybody wants to make? No? So I think we've given that commitment, at the workshop, we will give this our full attention. So the question about the certificate of assurance, have we met our terms and conditions? You're asking us that as well, Vanessa?
That's correct, Chair. We'll also require you to sign a certificate of assurance if you're all content to do so.
Yeah. I'm looking around the room and I'm getting nods. Okay, so we shall do that for you, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the last item on the agenda today. The date of the next PPC is Tuesday, the 10th of June, 2025. So I look forward to that, but can I just thank everybody for their contributions today. I know there's a huge amount of work goes on to produce the papers and to put together this coherent agenda that we have. We will seek to improve it as we've just discussed. But with that, I would just say a final word of thanks and apologies for overrunning slightly, and appreciate you probably all want to go and get some lunch now. So thank you.